In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. During a trip through the warp on a mission to exterminate a rising tyranid threat, a battle barge is suddenly attacked by an entity of unknown origin. Brother Maximus of the Ultramarines, Brother Raxor of the Salamanders, and Brother Sebastian of the Black Templars are all lost to the warp, only to awaken on different planets in a galaxy far, far away. What's up, guys? Omni-Sensei here with What If 3 Space Marines Were Warped to Star Wars Universe? Part 1. If you enjoy this kind of content, please smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. Heavy footsteps rang through the halls of the hangar in the massive battle barge. Hundreds of Adeptus Astartes moved around the battle barge as they prepared to leave the Immaterium, or sometimes referred to as the Warp. These Marines were being sent to the far corner of the galaxy to wipe out the Tyranid threat forming there, and to save what they could. 3 of these Adeptus Astartes, Brother Raxor of the Salamanders, Brother Sebastian of the Black Templars, and Brother Maximus of the Ultramarines, stood in front of their Thunderhawk, ready to depart the battle barge as soon as they left the warp. Brother Maximus turned to his companions, whom he had served with on multiple occasions, and spoke. "Brothers, it is good to be back together again. I look forward to slaughtering these Xenos with you both. Indeed. It has been too long," Brother Raxor said, lifting his heavy bolter from the ground before placing it onto the Thunderhawk before him. Brother Sebastian remained silent, running a whetstone down the long edge of his power sword. His 2 companions needed no words from him, as this was usually how he acted. But they knew he felt the same altogether. The ship started to shake before settling down, causing each of them to lift their heads, and looked around. "Strange," Brother Maximus said, patting himself down to make sure he had everything. His chained sword was strapped to his left hip, while his heavy bolt pistol was strapped to his left thigh. More shuddering shook the ship, making some of the tech priests and servitors fall to the ground. "All personnel, be advised, we dash," a voice said over the vox in the battle barge before going silent. Suddenly the ship lurched to the left, making many of the priests lose their footing, while the Adeptus Astartes all caught themselves. "Brothers, the Thunderhawk!" Maximus yelled through his vox as he lunged towards it before the battle barge was suddenly ripped apart by a massive tentacle. The tech priests and servitors were ripped into the Immaterium, while the Adeptus Astartes all struggled against the warp, trying their best to resist its grip. Maximus leapt towards the Thunderhawk before another massive tentacle ripped through the battle barge hangar, obliterating most of it. The battle barge was destroyed, its hull breached, and everyone in it hurled into the warp. The entity that had caused this was a mass of endless tentacles, smashing the barge like it was a toy. Maximus was struggling to right himself as he free-floated in what felt like space before being tugged towards a particular direction. He let out a pained snarl before his vision went black, and he saw no more. Sebastian and Raxor were no better. They too were ripped from the destroyed hull of the ship, thrown into the warp, and left completely defenseless to the entities that called the Immaterium home. "Brother Maximus!" Raxor yelled over his vox before reaching out his hand to his ultramarine brother. He suddenly saw a tentacle wrap itself around his brother, and pull him downwards before a massive amount of warp energy hit the tentacle holding Maximus. A fathomless scream ripped through the warp before Raxor's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Sebastian, on the other hand, gripped his shield and sword, drifting through the Immaterium before he was hit in the back, causing his vision to go dark. The ship and the crew were all ripped apart, while the Space Marines struggled in the warp, some being outright killed by creatures, or thrown to different worlds or other planes of existence. Sent in chaos, more entities came to feast or participate in the destruction of one of their most hated enemies. Until nothing from the battle barge was left. No metal, no flesh, no Adeptus Astartes. They had all been brutally annihilated, or taken into another realm of existence. Maximus, his eyes flew open, and he sat up in a rush before rolling to his right and getting to his feet. His right hand held his chain sword while his left held his heavy bolter pistol, pointing it forward, ready for anything. He didn't see anyone, though he was no longer in the immaterium. He was in a lush landscape with hills and waterfalls as far as the eye could see. He got his breathing under control before he took stock of what he had, switching to survival mode in an instant. "This is Squad Leader Maximus, calling any and all surviving Astartes," he said over the Vox, which was met with static. His helmet also couldn't display any coordinates of his location as well, meaning he was on an unidentified planet in or around the Imperium. "Damn," he said before turning around and seeing a portion of the Thunderhawk his squad had been about to board. He immediately understood what had happened. As they were about to exit the warp, some entity had decided to take its chance and attack them, destroying the battle barge they had been on. He had been flung out of the warp, but to where? Walking over to the remaining portion of the Thunderhawk, he ripped one of its blue doors off its tracks before walking into it. He found only 2 bolter rifles, and about 30 magazines of ammo for both his heavy bolt pistol and the rifles. He said nothing as he lifted the massive crate holding the rifles and ammo onto his right shoulder and leaving the ruined Thunderhawk, and walking away. To what? He didn't know. But he hoped he would find some type of civilization. Raxor, with a groan, Raxor sat up and looked around him, seeing nothing but sand as far as the eye could see. He got to his feet before grabbing onto a heavy bolter nearby and looking around. A good portion of the battle barge's hangar and armory had landed nearby him, leaving scrap metal, weapons, and other metal pieces scattered around. He saw a flicker of movement, and immediately turned his heavy bolter towards the wreckage of the battle barge, seeing a small humanoid-like creature. It was about 1 meter tall, and wore thick brown robes that covered its body. Its head was covered by a hood, only leaving its yellow eyes to stare back at Raxor. "Step away from the wreckage, and identify yourself," Raxor shouted, his voice distorted and deep through the Vox on his helmet. "Abetin Naya Mombe MBWA," the small creature said, raising the scrap metal over its head. "Filthy Xeno," Raxor said before pulling the trigger of his heavy bolter. He fired once, the shot completely obliterating the top half of the creature's body. Approaching the creature to see what his helmet identified as an unknown alien entity, he heard loud gears turning and rusty metal rubbing together. Looking to his right, he saw a mass of rusting metal slowly coming towards him before it stopped, and lowered its boarding ramp where more of the little monstrosities ran towards the wreckage. They started to pick at the scrap around them, taking what they could back into their iron crawler. Raxor stomped on the body of the humanoid at his feet as he walked towards the little creatures, lifting his heavy bolter to aim at the little Xenos. "How dare you touch what is not yours?" he yelled before stepping onto a raised piece of wreckage, making himself more visible. "Toga Toga!" one of them screamed back. He said nothing more before holding the trigger of his heavy bolter down, purging the little abominations from existence. "Utini!" one screamed before being eviscerated. Raxor didn't stop firing until each of the beings were dead, at which point he set his heavy bolter down and took his flamer from his lower back. "I've never seen Xenos like this before, but I'm sure they'll smell just as good as any other when they burn," he said before unleashing righteous flames of purification on the bodies of the dead. Sebastian opened his eyes and looked around him to see he was in a stone-like building. His hearing was still ringing, and he thought he could hear panicked voices, but he saw no one. He looked towards the sky and saw a massive hole in a stone ceiling where he had evidently fallen. A massive stone section of the ceiling was pinning him to the ground, so he simply pushed it off of himself before getting to one knee. He then saw them, hundreds of people standing around him, all dressed in light-colored robes all ranging from browns to whites. Some were human, but many were not. He reached down and gripped his shield in his left hand, while his right found the handle of his power sword. "Praise the Emperor! It seems my blade will still drink Xeno blood this day," his deep and menacing voice said over his Vox. He stood up, towering over everyone else in the chamber. He looked on in joy at their frightened faces before activating his power sword. Seeing this, they all reached down to their hips and grabbed what looked like weapons before glowing blades of plasma erupted from the handles. They were either blue or green, with some wielding more than one. "Trouble in the Jedi Temple," he heard one of them say as they ran out of the main hall they were all in. "Come now. Give me a good fight," the Black Templar shouted, smashing his sword against his massive shield before blitzing forward towards a group of these smaller warriors. He used his longer reach to sweep his blade towards them, practically cutting through the group as they couldn't withstand his great strength. Another warrior approached from behind Sebastian, roaring in defiance as the massive Astartes turned and threw his blade into the man, bisecting him in the chest. More came running towards him, but it didn't matter as his overwhelming strength negated any sort of advantage they had. He was suddenly pushed to his right by an unseen force, but was able to catch himself as his highly adhesive boots kept him stationary. Looking over the rim of his massive tower shield, he saw multiple more Xenos and humans approaching him, their arms outstretched towards him. "Filthy warp-tainted scum!" he said before running towards them, meeting the first in a clash of blades that sent the smaller man's back into his upper torso. With a scream, the man died, and the rest soon followed as he swept out with his sword, lashed out with his shield, and stomped out with his legs to kill each person who stood in opposition. Soon Sebastian stood all alone in the massive hall, surrounded by bodies. He had only killed about 15 to 20 beings, as the rest had fled deeper into what he now knew at the Jedi Temple. He looked around, and saw the bodies of Xenos and humans alike, having fought next to each other. In battle, all who stood against the Emperor's angels met only one fate: death. He thought about going deeper into the temple and hunting the rest of the warp-tainted beings, but he needed to figure out where he was at this moment. "Maybe they hold some primitive machine that can tell me where I am," he thought to himself as he walked deeper into the temple. "Run or hide, it matters not. You cannot escape one of the Emperor's finest." His menacing voice echoed through the stone halls as he walked deeper into the temple. Brother Maximus. Maximus had been walking for hours, and as he crested a large hill he saw a massive city sprawled out before him. Using the magnifying capabilities of his helmet, he saw the city clearly, and saw massive cylindrical buildings, all leading to one massive structure that looked like a capitol building for some sort of royalty, or some kind of leader. He had to admit, the city was beautiful. It sat atop a cliff that overlooked a wide floodplain, and had all manner of green foliage growing around the city. Ships of all sizes flew to and from the city, and Maximus assumed it was some sort of trading hub for the planet. He said nothing as he began to walk once more, deciding to meet with whomever led this part of the planet, and find out where, or when, he was. About an hour or so later, he finally walked into the city, drawing all eyes towards him as he too stared back at the inhabitants. Xenos walked the city streets freely, which took him by surprise. But then again, if this was a planet that had yet to be conquered in the name of the Imperium, it would make sense. He decided the best course of action was to not make a scene and start killing the Xenos. Not out of fear of the natives of this luscious world, but out of necessity. If he started killing every Xeno he saw, it might hamper his objective to reconnect to the Imperium. Walking through the city, everyone stopped and stared at the giant of muscle and metal walking their streets with a massive crate off his left shoulder, but he paid it no mind as he walked towards what he thought was the Capitol building. The streets were lined with shops and merchants, peddling their wares for any and everyone who would stop and listen. Beautiful architecture, music filling the streets, picturesque gardens, waterfalls, and all manner of things made his eyes wander, and for a moment, he had to stop and take in the beauty of the city. As he walked, however, the moment was shattered as his helmet drew his attention to the sky, and he watched as massive circular ships appeared above the planet's atmosphere. The people around him began to panic, and ran towards their shops or homes before slamming their doors closed, fearful and confused at what was happening. Maximus just stood there, and watched as massive fleets began to descend from the battleships in orbit. "Mr. Droid! Over here!" A young voice called out to Maximus. He turned and saw a small human girl with raven black hair, holding her hand out towards him, motioning him towards her. He didn't pay her any mind, only looking back towards the sky to watch the ships descend before landing. He then felt a small tugging on his right leg, and when he looked down, he saw the child trying to pull him towards the alleyway she had come from. "Come on, you pile of rusty bolts, they'll scrap you," she said as she strained against his weight. He made no sounds, but chose to go with her. When he finally moved, she fell over onto the ground, but quickly got up before running towards the narrow alleyway, disappearing into the shadows. He saw her clearly, however, thanks to his enhanced eyesight, and walked after her. His massive frame barely fit in between the buildings, and after a while of following the young girl through what felt like a maze, they finally made it to what looked like the slums of the city. The little girl ran into a disheveled circular building that looked to be on the verge of collapse. Maximus didn't enter the building, fearful of damaging any of the internal structures, so he just stayed outside for a moment before the child came back to the doorway with a young woman who had soot and dirt on her face. She stopped as she took in his massive frame, and he could see the color drain from her face. "See, I told you I found a big droid," the child said, to whom Maximus assumed was her mother, though the woman couldn't have been more than 20 years old. She was extremely skinny, and her face was sunken from weeks of hunger, and her raven black hair, like her daughter's, had lost most of its luster. It was knotted and disheveled, and looked as if it hadn't been washed in a week. The young woman shifted the little girl behind her back and slightly bowed her head towards Maximus in fear. "I'm sorry if my daughter has caused you any problems. Please don't be angry with her," she said fearfully, stuttering over her words. The woman knew this was no droid, as no droid was this big, and she also saw the armor move as if breathing. Maximus just looked down at the woman, having had this interaction thousands of times before. "What planet is this?" he asked, his distorted voice catching the two off guard. Maximus then set the massive crate down on the ground before standing tall, his red optics causing the woman to slowly back into her home. "And Naboo, sir," she said, her voice shaking. He nodded at the unfamiliar name before a massive drop ship flew overhead and landed about 100 meters away. It landed, and opened up to drop its occupants. It dropped hundreds of robots that were folded in on themselves, but a moment later they started to change. The droids stood from a crouched position before reaching to their backs and grabbing their weapons. They formed into lines before starting to walk towards the city, and the house he was currently standing in front of. The woman let out a shuddering breath, having not noticed the massive ships in the sky until that moment. She suddenly turned around and picked her daughter up before running out of the house. She had no doubt that if she stayed, they would certainly be cut down. Her only goal was to get to the Queen's palace, as that was the only place that would be truly safe. "Mama, what about the droid?" the child asked as she watched Maximus over her mother's shoulder as the young woman ran. Her mother didn't say anything as she breathed heavily, having no energy from the days of hunger she had endured the past weeks. Maximus watched them go, and as his helmet zoomed into the little girl's frightened features, he knew what he needed to do. He watched the mechanical droids enter the city, and began the subjugation of people in their homes, subjugating the future citizens of the Imperium. He had no doubt that in time this planet would come under the control of the Imperium of Man, and he thought he could start the process of saving the city he was in. "In the name of the Emperor, I will not fail," he said as he grabbed one of the massive bolt rifles. He slammed a magazine into the gun before racking around and looking towards where the woman had fled. He pushed the crate holding his weapons into her home before walking towards the alleyway, preparing to destroy the droids. Lyra held her daughter close to her chest as she ran, feeling like she was about to collapse. She was so weak, having not eaten anything for the past 2 days so her daughter could. "Mama, the droid! We can't just leave him!" her daughter Nira said as she clung to her neck. She couldn't say anything to calm the girl, feeling like if she used any effort to speak, she would pass out. She kept running, a mother's instinct taking over her mind as she ran with only one goal in mind. Droids filled the streets, and in her panic, she didn't notice the mass of droids catching up to her and her daughter. She made it out of the alleyways and started to run towards the main citadel where the Queen's guards were ushering people past the massive pillars into the equally massive doors leading inside. She was so close, but a blaster bolt ripped through her right thigh, causing her to scream out in pain before collapsing on the ground. She twisted as she fell, making sure her daughter was uninjured in the fall. She, however, hit the ground hard, a dull crack coming from her head as it struck the ground. She couldn't move, her body not responding to her attempts to get back up. Her daughter was calling for her to get up and keep going, but everything was hazy as she looked up towards the sky. She then felt her daughter cling to her chest out of fear as the droids came closer, red bolts of energy and gas flying over their heads. "Run," she said weakly to her daughter. "Nira, run!" She almost screamed as she felt her daughter cling to her even tighter. "Get to the palace," she said as she used all her strength to push her daughter off of her towards safety. "Mama, no!" Nira screamed as the sound of hundreds of droids grew louder by the second. "Run!" She screamed one last time at her daughter, seeing the fear in her face. Nira reluctantly got to her feet and began running towards the palace. But as Lyra rolled from her back to her stomach to watch her daughter, her worst nightmare came to life. A massive AT came around the corner of the street and pointed one of its secondary cannons at Nira. The girl faltered for a split moment as her fearful eyes looked at the laser guns. "No!" Lyra screamed as she saw the secondary cannons light up with red. In that moment, she wished for nothing more than her daughter's safety, praying to any god who would listen to her. But unbeknownst to her, a being comparable to all the gods she knew of was listening, and one of his angels was nearby. The massive man her daughter had brought to their home stepped from the alleyway to Nira's left to stand in front of the girl, and as the tank fired its secondary cannon, it seemed to bounce off the armor of his thigh. Maximus felt the impact and reacted in a split moment, raising his bolter rifle and firing at once. One shot right down the main cannon was all it took to destroy the AT, not because of the firepower, but because when he had tanked the first shot, the droids inside had decided to fire the main cannon at him, which met the bolter round that had been fired down its barrel. The two met, and the incomplete discharge made the barrel and laser-charged battery explode, which caused the rest of the tank to follow. Maximus looked around, taking in everything before moving at inhuman speed. In a matter of seconds he had emptied his bolter into the surrounding droids, causing them to explode in violent fashion before slamming another magazine in, and going about his deadly work. He moved with such speed that in a matter of moments he had wiped out a chunk of the droids surrounding Lyra and Nira, using his gun to take out those who were out of range while he used his fists to shatter any nearby. He then placed his bolt rifle on the small of his back between his waist and pack before pulling his chainsword from his left hip while pulling his bolt pistol from his left thigh, firing it into the mass of droids before running full force into them. He swung his sword wildly, cutting anything in his way down. He swept his chainsword through a pack of droids before his visor caught a droid of different color amongst the ranks. He raised his bolt pistol, and with one shot, sent the battalion into chaos. Lyra watched as Maximus walked past her, destroying any bots who would do her and her daughter harm. He raised his left foot, and brought it down with such force, it cracked the ground beneath him, and shattered the windows of the buildings nearby. The droids around him were obliterated, giving him a moment to look around him. He had culled their ranks to a minimum in mere moments, and as her vision began to flicker in and out, she suddenly felt his massive cold metal hands wrap around her body. He lifted her into his arms, and began to walk towards the guards that were running towards them from the palace. As she went in and out of consciousness, the last thing she saw was the golden wings encasing a skull on the man's chest. An angel! she quietly whispered before everything went black. Maximus. As he carried Lyra's limp body in his arms, he walked towards the group of guards that ran towards him. Nira had fallen over out of fear of the tank and the loud noises that had followed. But now, as the Astartes approached, she got to her feet and ran over towards him as well. She said nothing as she stopped in front of the massive space marine, his shadow enveloping her as she looked up at him. His red optics usually made those that saw him cower in fear, but this young girl looked up at him in hope. Hope and curiosity. The guards finally made it to where he stood, and stopped before one man broke from their group and approached him. "I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving Lyra," he said, holding his arms out to take her. Maximus looked down to the young woman in his arms, and felt a spark of something he had lost over hundreds of wars, over seeing countless worlds destroyed. Over his long 200 years of service in the Imperium, he felt a spark of compassion, a spark of his humanity. "No," his deep, distorted voice said. "I will carry her." The guard was taken by surprise, but decided to let the massive man do what he wanted. "Very well," he said before stepping back. "You have room for these two in the palace?" Maximus asked, beginning to walk past the guards towards the palace. "We do, but it'll be cramped," the smaller man answered. Maximus said nothing as he continued to walk, and after passing the pillars into the massive door that led into the palace, the man whom Maximus would come to know as Captain Panica led him through the winding halls towards a room filled with people and stretchers. Panica led him to an empty stretcher, and watched as the Astartes gently placed the woman down on it before standing up. "Come with me," Panica said as he began walking from the room before looking back, and watching as Maximus knelt down next to the small child who had clung to his leg. "Don't leave Mama," she said with tears in her eyes as she looked up into his helmet. Maximus knelt, his weight seeming to shake the room as he did. "Worry not, young one. Your mother will be fine," he said before reaching up and removing his helmet. The young girl went wide-eyed as she saw his face. He was bald, and had a wide-set jaw. His face was a mass of scars and stitches, while 4 silver studs were embedded onto the left side of his forehead. A massive scar ran through his right eye, though he was lucky enough to have kept his vision. "Where I come from, we have a saying. It helps us be brave in moments of fear. Would you like to know it?" he asked. Nira shyly nodded, and his face hardened. "I do not say these words lightly, so be sure to hold them in high regard. When my brothers and I are going into battle, we say the phrase, 'Courage and honor,'" he said while gently bringing his right fist up and tapping his chest plate. "Honor these words, child. Do you understand me?" he asked in a tone that broke no disobedience. She nodded so hard he thought her neck would break, but a sliver of a smile came to his lips as he stood, and put his plumed helmet under his arm before nodding to her, and walking away. Nira watched him go, and soon returned to her mother. She sat on the bed next to her stretcher, her little legs swaying back and forth as she looked to her mother who had lost consciousness. Padme Amidala, the moment the ships had appeared in orbit above Naboo, Padme hadn't left the false queen's side. Sabe had been performing her role impeccably, and no one had suspected a thing. Suddenly the doors of the throne room were thrown open, and Captain Panica walked in flanked by the largest man she had ever seen. He wore blue armor with golden accents. He held his helmet which had a red and white plumed crest on it under his left arm. Scattered across his armor were multiple things she would come to know as purity seals, with some that were so long they reached his waist from their places atop his shoulders or chest. On his left hip was a metal sword with teeth, while below it was what she mistakenly took for a blaster rifle. His face was a mass of scars and metal implants, but she saw a hint of something more beneath the mean-looking exterior. Duty, and a determination to do anything possible to achieve his goal. Captain Panica stopped before the decoy queen before lowering his head and motioning towards Maximus, who stood tall. "This brave man was instrumental in giving our citizens time to make it to the palace," I wish to introduce him to you," he said before motioning Maximus forward. The queen shifted on her throne to stare up into the man's eyes, though Padme could tell she was a bit intimidated. "I am Lieutenant Maximus of the Ultramarines. My ship was attacked during a voyage through the warp, and I was left stranded here on this planet. I saw many of the citizens being attacked by those automata, and decided to step in to help," he said. "Well, thank you for your help, but I must ask, what is an Ultramarine? And what is the warp?" Sabe asked, clearly confused. "Do you not know of the Imperium of Man?" Maximus asked, rethinking his earlier assessment of this planet. He had initially thought that this was a planet the Imperium had not reached yet, but that had surely known of the Imperium's existence. But now maybe he needed to rethink everything. "Imperium of Man," Sabe said, thinking. She then shook her head and answered, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of such an Imperium." Maximus' augmented brain flew into overdrive, thinking of any possibilities of what was happening. He then decided to think of it later, and continued trying to get more information. After a brief conversation of him trying to figure out exactly where he was, the Queen asked Captain Panica to show him their maps later, and moved on to more pressing matters. "Again, I'm not sure of who or what you are, but you helped my people when they needed it the most. What would it take for you to continue helping us in our time of need?" Sabe asked. "Firstly, it is my duty to protect humanity from all that threatens it, whether that be the alien, the mutant, or the heretic. But I will require to know exactly where I am. Until then, I will do what my duty requires of me. I would like the young woman and child I came in with to receive the care they need, however," he answered plainly. "I see," Sabe answered. "We will see they are taken care of, and we will leave you be then. Please take what you need from the palace. Just keep my citizens safe," she asked. He said nothing, only turning and walking away as he placed his helmet back onto his head, and walked back towards the battlefield. 1 week later, Padme, she sat on her throne in disbelief. The giant metal man had been fighting for 1 week straight with no food or rest. After he had left the first time a week ago, he had gone through the whole city, and destroyed every single Federation droid he saw. The initial attack hadn't been that bad, but as time went on more and more droids poured into the city, only to be ripped apart by Maximus. He fought night and day every single day for the last week, and was still, to this moment, out there running her streets. He was a monster. And this monster had said he was part of a group called the Ultramarines. If he was here, where are the others? Over this last week, she had been able to send a message asking for help to Chancellor Valorum, who assured her he would send her help after dealing with the situation with the Jedi. She had come to find out that another massive metal droid had appeared in the Jedi Temple, and after slaughtering the Jedi it could find, it mysteriously disappeared into the city after the crisis. She had learned that not even the top masters of the Jedi could stop this behemoth, which reminded her of her own metal giant roaming her city even now. She decided she would ask Maximus about this later, as she didn't want to do anything that might take him away from her city. Her people had begun to suffer due to the blockade, but with Maximus running around, they were at least safe in their homes. The Ultramarine in question came walking into the throne room, covered in oil and dust from his time in the city, and carrying a massive box on his left shoulder. He set the box down with a resounding thud and walked closer to the throne. He reached up and removed his helmet, looking at the queen sitting on her throne. "I need rest," he said plainly. She nodded, and motioned for Captain Panica to take him to a room she had prepared for the man. But now she had to worry about what would happen to her city while he was resting. Her worries were shattered, however, when he next spoke. "I only require a few hours of rest. I'll be back after that," he said before turning and walking from the room, nodding to Lyra as he did. "And you say your daughter found him wandering the streets?" she asked Lyra, who was seated next to her with a bandage around her leg. The woman had proven to be an invaluable asset in terms of her economic knowledge and diplomatic solutions. Not only that, but she was incredibly easy to talk to and get along with. As such, Padme had decided to bring the woman into her service. Lyra's daughter, Nira, had shown an incredible aptitude for mechanical work, and practically stuck to an engineer's side when not talking about how she was the one to find who she calls the big droid man. A messenger soon walked into the room, and informed her about a call that had requested her presence, to which she promptly stood up and followed. Her entourage followed her into a room where they all stood behind her as she walked to the table in the center of the room. A hologram flickered into existence to show her world's assailant, Viceroy Newt Gunray. "Viceroy, what do you want?" she asked in a tone which clearly showed she was trying to keep her anger under control. "Queen Amidala, I've been trying to establish contact with you for the past week, but all my ambassadors have been killed. What do you have to say about these atrocities?" he asked in mock rage. "Atrocities?" Padme almost screamed. "You send an army of battle droids into my city as ambassadors. Tanks," she yelled, slapping her hands against the table before pointing her finger at the Viceroy. "How dare you say that I've been killing your ambassadors when you've literally trying to subjugate my world? My people are running out of their food, and you have the gall to complain about some droids," she raged. "That was no army, Queen Amidala. And if you don't start cooperating, I will show you an actual army," Viceroy said, his tone taking on a harder tone. "The Chancellor will hear about this. Do you understand me?" she asked. "Indeed he will." "And when he hears that you've been killing my ambassadors?" he said, leaving the question open before disconnecting the hologram. Padme angrily stood straight and walked from the room before her entourage followed her moments later. Maximus, having left the throne room, Maximus followed Captain Panica through the massive palace, and soon came to a room inside one of the spires he had seen when overlooking the city. The room was plain, but he didn't expect much. He had known the inhabitants of the palace had done everything they could to find him a bed that would match his enormous size. Captain Panica bowed his head and left Maximus to be alone. He set his helmet onto one of the tables that had been prepared for him, and looked at the bed. It was far too small, but he didn't mind much. In his long life, he had slept on the ground more times than not, and did not mind doing so now. He also didn't want to remove his armor, as he wanted to be ready for anything at a moment's notice. Raxor, it had been 1 week since he had arrived on this planet. 1 week of scavenging through the wreckage of the battle barge that had been here with him. During this week, he had found a couple of his brothers' bodies. He found multiple tech priests and servitor bodies as well, but in all honesty, he did care about them for the moment. Hundreds of more bodies lay around the wreckage of the ship, but they were those of the filthy little Xenos who spoke in that incessant speech of theirs. To make matters worse, he felt like he blew up a new sandcrawler every hour or so. Today had been the only day they hadn't come, so he decided to gather everything that he could carry, and see if he could find some sort of civilization nearby. As he walked away, he turned back and looked at the battle barge he was leaving behind, and vowed to come back to claim his brothers' bodies, and the rich technology he was leaving behind. He only carried with him his heavy melta, a plasma pistol, a combat knife, and a bolt gun. He had his weapons all strapped to his body, while on his left shoulder he held a crate of ammo he had scavenged from the ruins of the barge. "Emperor, guide me," he said before walking away, towards the unknown of the desert. After a while of walking, he caught movement on a ridge to his right. With all the skill of a seasoned veteran, he drew his plasma pistol and fired at once. The shot eviscerated his target, who looked to be humanoid in rags. He then heard a throng of screams and shouts from the surrounding hills, and as he looked around, he saw tens of these beings all raising what looked like clubs while they shouted. Could it be a barbarian tribe? He asked himself before he set the crate on his left shoulder down on the ground. Putting the pistol back onto his thigh, he gripped his bolt gun and waited for these barbarians to make the first move. A shot from one of their guns ricocheted off his right shoulder pauldron, and with that, he began firing. His first shot evaporated the head and torso of the being that had shot him before quickly turning and doing the same with his neighbor. More shots began to ricochet off his armor, and some even decided to charge towards him with their clubs, giving their cries of battle. He shot the ones at range before Spartan kicking one that got closer to him, completely obliterating his torso with the force. He then brought his gun down on another being assumed to be a barbarian, though now, as the barrel of his bolter rifle caved the man's skull in, he saw they were no men or barbarians at all, but filthy Xenos. He let out a battle cry, and drew his combat knife before running forwards, and practically bisecting more of these Xenos in half. Their clubs did nothing to him as he stomped, broke, and maimed the aliens. He placed his bolt rifle onto the small of his back before lashing out with his left hand and gripping a raider by his skull. A simple clench of the fist turned the being's head to mush before he moved to his next target, backhanding it hard enough to rip its head off. The aliens began to see their mistake in challenging this metal droid, and started to retreat towards the mountains. One of them fell over, and raised a hand towards its fleeing comrades before being dragged back towards the monster they had been running from. It let out a shriek of terror before the monster stuck its blade in its back, and wrenched upwards. The raider was cut into 2 equal pieces starting from the lower back, falling to its knees before the big mean green killing machine behind it gripped it by both legs, and threw it as hard as he could towards the fleeing Xenos. "You can run, but you can't hide," Raxor said in his deep, distorted voice before following after them. After following the filthy Xenos to their encampment, Raxor partook in a slaughter that would have made a sand-hating orphan throw up at. The smell of burning flesh filled the air as Raxor walked away from the flames that lit up the night of this sandy planet. He walked away with his crate on his shoulder, though it was definitely lighter thanks to the ammunition he had used to set the encampment ablaze. After walking for an entire night, he finally saw the lights of a city, and decided to see what he could find. His interactions here were almost identical to those of his brother Maximus, though the people here seemed to be eyeing him for different reasons. His optics focused on the Xeno faces, though he decided it would be best not to make any moves this time unless they attacked him. As he walked, he bumped into a woman who dropped everything she was carrying, and fell to the floor. He looked down, and watched as the woman scrambled to pick everything up, all while muttering her apologies in a stuffy voice as if she had been crying. She looked up into his blood-red optics, and shrank backwards with a shuddering breath. Her face was bruised, and she was favoring her left arm. "I'm sorry I didn't see you there," she said as she collected her things. Overcome with compassion for this woman, Raxor set his heavy crate on the ground before kneeling and helping the woman with her things. "Thank you," she said with a worn smile before standing up and looking at him. "Are you all right? You seem to be in distress," he asked. "Oh yes, I'm okay. It's just been a bad day," she said as she remembered her son being beaten by their owner. "Is there anything I can help you with? Let me carry something for you," he said as he held out one of his massive hands. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, but eventually handed over one of the heavier objects to him. He reached down and grabbed one of the massive handles of his ammo crate, and hefted it to rest on his left shoulder with his left hand while holding what looked like a metal gear that she had given him in his right. "I'll follow you," he told her. She nodded, grateful for the help before walking away. He followed, and was led to a small shop near the outskirts of the city, where the woman stopped and set down her items. "I'm sure the shop is still open. Would you like to come in and look around?" she said, motioning towards the door which was far too little to fit his bulk. "I don't think so. I need to find someone who can tell me where I am, and how to get off this planet. Do you know anyone like that?" he asked, to which she gave a little nod. "I'm sure my master would know. He has many connections," she answered. "Master?" he asked, his tone taking on a hint of steel. "You're a slave?" She simply nodded her head in confirmation. "Me and my son. Please come in, I'm sure we can help you find what you're looking for," she said, brushing the subject away. He honestly wasn't surprised at seeing slave labor in use on this planet, as it was widespread through the Imperium in a number of ways, though it was mostly frowned upon at the higher levels. He just wondered what situation this woman had found herself in, and who this master was. Seeing some of the beings in this city, however, he had a feeling he might not like what he found inside. And he was right. He set his crate down, and decided to walk into the shop, ducking as he twisted his way through the door. He then heard what sounded like a curse before something metallic hit flesh, and a quiet yelp was heard. A young boy was dragged from deeper into the shop by a winged abomination, who was holding a mechanical arm before shoving the boy forward towards his mother. He said something in a language that Raxor didn't understand, but when the flying creature threw the arm at the boy, Raxor reacted. "Get out of my sight, you parasite!" the winged monstrosity said before turning to Raxor, who walked towards him. "Ah, customer. What can I help you dash dot?" His words were suddenly cut off as Raxor gripped his fat throat. "Filthy Xeno." The salamander spat before reaching behind the being's back. He gripped one of its wings before giving it a sharp tug, tearing it free. Even though Raxor gripped it by the throat, the disgusting thing was still able to scream, though it was hoarse and quiet. Raxor threw the wing to the ground before ripping the other one off before he let the being go. The alien started screaming, but the metal giant stomped down on its head before grabbing it by the legs and ripping its body away. Its blood painted the walls as Raxor dropped the body, and looked to the woman who had placed her son behind her, and urgently backed up into one of the walls that was covered in junk and parts. "Calm yourself, woman. I mean you and your son no harm. I can't say the same for this thing," he said, still looking down at the alien's head that had been turned to mush. Unknown Jedi. Heavy footsteps rang through the halls of the Jedi Temple as the black behemoth walked its once hallowed corridors. A young Jedi clung to the wall behind him as the footsteps rang closer and closer. A sound so terrible interrupted the rhythmic footsteps, a deep grinding of something against the stone floor before its incredibly deep and evil voice spoke. "I can hear you," it said. "Huddling in the dark, muffling your whimpers." Indeed, the Jedi had been running from this monster for the better part of a minute, though it felt more like a lifetime. He had tried to muffle his rapid breathing, but it was of no use. "You can't hide from me," it said, dragging its massive sword behind it. Suddenly the lights went out, and the footsteps stopped. Utter terror overtook the Jedi, who held his breath as he listened to anything and everything. Suddenly the footsteps started running towards where he was before the metal giant's red eyes came around the corner of where he crouched. "Found you!" it roared before a massive sword cleaved through the frightened Jedi, who let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream was cut short, and Sebastian walked from the hallway he had killed the Jedi into a larger chamber where a dozen or so people gathered to meet him. There were a mix of men and women, all different species and races, who ignited their weapons. "Who are you, and why have you come here?" one of them said, stepping forward. He was tall, had black skin, and wielded a purple blade which he pointed towards Sebastian, who continued to walk forward into the room undeterred. Another stepped forward, though he was smaller and had long pointy ears. His left eye was missing, covered in a mass of scars not unlike Sebastian's own face. "How many have you killed in these hallowed halls?" he asked, leveling his blade as well. "Not enough," Sebastian said in his deep, distorted voice. The two men leapt forward before the others jumped into action, though their fate was the same as the first two. The smaller Xeno leapt high while the human man went low, their blades poised for killing blows. Sebastian caught the purple blade on his shield, while swinging his sword with all his might at the smaller man. His blade drew an arc through the air as it swung, bisecting the little man in two, and hurling his halves to the ground. "Master Peel!" the purple blade wielder called, seeing his friend cut in two. This cost him greatly, as Sebastian pulled his shield back, and threw it into him. The blow wasn't that hard, but it knocked the Jedi to the ground, and threw his lightsaber from him. Sebastian's strength was so much that every one of his strikes threw weapons from hands, or just cut through each person with ease. Screams filled the atrium as Sebastian cut his way through the filth, not even caring enough to kill his enemies save for any alien he came across as he walked towards the exit. Only about 10 minutes had passed since he had appeared in the temple, though he had slaughtered everyone who had raised a weapon towards him until now. "Disengage, we must," one of the Xenos said. He was a ways away, and was no bigger than his shinmate. He had green skin, and used a cane to walk. He had a sorrowful look on his face as he surveyed the room before him. At his words, the majority of the warriors disengaged and retreated towards the green man, running past him into what looked like a lift or elevator. "Yes. Run, little demons," Sebastian said, putting his sword through the chest of the man whom he had been engaged in battle with. He ripped his sword up, and looked at the feeble little goblin man, and pointed his sword towards him. Before he could speak, the man from earlier with the purple blade leapt forward once more, and tried to cut his arm off at the elbow. The purple blade bounced right off the armor, though a small burn remained. Sebastian swept his blade to his right, and hit the man with the flat of it. The Jedi went sprawling across the floor, his weapon landing near Sebastian's feet. He slowly got up, and reached for the lightsaber with the force, but a massive metal boot came down on his right forearm, crushing it. The Jedi let out a scream of pain, though it was nothing compared to what came next. Using his massive tower shield, Sebastian brought it down to the ground hard, severing the man's arm and cracking the stone beneath him. The man was suddenly pulled backwards towards the green Xenos before he made a hasty retreat into the elevator, leaving Sebastian alone in the room. "Interesting," he said as he reached down and took the tube-like weapons these beings used. "Maybe I should start a collection," he silently mused to himself. Maximus, it seems the Federation had decided to increase their attempts to overtake the city, though Maximus had thwarted every attempt until now. Thousands of droids poured into the city, trying to capture Queen Amidala, who Maximus had come to know as one of the handmaids that sat around a decoy. That handmaid now stood by him as they looked out across the city, watching as tanks, droids, and ships all invaded. Things he would come to know as single-trooper aerial platforms, or STAPs for short, flew around the city as they invaded. "What are we going to do?" Padme asked as she looked at her city in despair. She watched as some of her citizens were rounded up, and forced to walk to somewhere she didn't know. "We fight," Maximus' deep voice said. He held his helmet with his left hand, and as he turned away from the window they were looking out of, he placed it atop his head. He started walking away from the queen of this planet, but stopped and looked back at her as she called out to him. She tore her eyes away from the city behind the window, and looked into his blood-red optics. "Please help my city. You're our only hope," she said. "The Emperor protects," he said before turning and walking away. She felt power in those words. She didn't know who this Emperor was, but if this man said he would protect, who was she to protest? She watched him go, then turned back towards the window to watch what he did. Maximus stopped at his crate, and made sure he had everything he needed to protect the soon-to-be Imperium subjects, and once he was sure he had everything, he walked to the front of the palace. His heavy footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs leading to the palace, and in his deep robotic-sounding voice, issued one simple statement. "In the name of the Emperor, none shall step foot past me." And with that, he ran forward. His blistering speed and strength shattered the stone beneath him as he ran full speed towards one of the tanks. The droids inside lowered its cannon towards him, but by the time it was ready to fire, he had already hit it full force. He threw his right shoulder into the tank with all his strength, and it crumpled around him as if it were aluminum. He twisted, using his left arm to rip through the rest of the tank in one stride before moving to the next one. As he did, he threw what he tore apart to the sides, ripping through the droids that stood there. One tank after another fell to his brutal march onwards, but he started to slow once he reached the fifth one. Ripping off a chunk of the metal plating, he spun and threw it at the next tank, hitting the hull. It stopped moving, unlike Maximus, who ran at the droids in the street. He swung his chainsword, and ripped the droids apart as blaster bolts bounced off his armor. Ripping and tearing through the droids as if they were nothing, He grabbed one before pulling its arms in opposite directions. As he did, he looked through the gaps formed in the droid, and saw one of the tanks level its main cannon at him. He dashed to the side, but was thrown from his feet as the heavy laser cannon nicked his left shoulder pauldron. He was thrown backwards into one of the surrounding buildings, which promptly collapsed on top of him. With a grunt, he ripped himself from the rubble, and stood up. He looked to his left pauldron and saw that the shot had ripped right through it, though it had only touched the surface of the metal. "So," he said for all the droids around him to hear, "you're not as weak and useless as I initially thought. Good, I was hoping for a challenge," he roared before blitzing forward. Padme watched through the window as Maximus was shot by the tank and thrown backwards, her breath hitching in her throat as she assumed all hope had been lost. Now who would protect her city and citizens while they waited for the Republic? But she watched as he stood up, and simply brushed himself off before throwing himself straight back into the battle, using his strange weapons and his own bare hands to rip through the Federation droids. Hours passed, but she didn't move from her position as she watched him dismantle the would-be oppressors of her city. Qui-Gon Jinn, Qui-Gon and his Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi had been dispatched to the planet Naboo for negotiations. The two hadn't wanted to go, as they wanted to stay and help the recovering Jedi at the temple after the attack by the unknown Juggernaut-class droid. Or that was what they were calling it at least. The two had reluctantly left the temple after the attack, though now they had bigger problems. The Federation had welcomed them aboard their Hulk-class battleship, but once aboard, sought to kill them. They had fled, and through a misadventure where they had met a Gungan named Jar Jar Binks, who was as stupid as he was clumsy, they finally reached the city of Theed. The two Jedi and Gungan cautiously walked the streets of Theed towards the palace, and were surprised at the amount of droids they saw littering the surrounding areas. "I thought Naboo didn't have an army of their own, only a light guard," Obi-Wan asked his master. "They don't have an army. Something else did this," Qui-Gon said as they walked, being sure to stay mostly out of sight. The trio walked until they got to the palace, and were pleasantly surprised to find that no droids had gotten in. They were escorted towards the throne room, and found Queen Amidala speaking with some of her counselors. Her face brightened as she saw the three, and stood up to greet them. "I presume you're the ambassadors the Republic has sent to help us?" she asked, looking around the room for her handmaids. "We are," Qui-Gon said before asking what could be done at this exact moment to help. The Queen told them to wait a few moments while she gathered her entourage, and after about 5 minutes, people started entering the throne room. Theed officials and more handmaids including Padme entered the room while the two Jedi stood in front of the throne. The discussion began in earnest, the officials grilling the two men about their late arrival, and why they hadn't pushed for peace during the negotiations. Qui-Gon defended him and his Padawan, telling of their journey here, and how they had escaped from the Federation. "This is not what we had hoped," one of the officials said, stroking his long beard. "I believe the Queen should go plead our case in front of the Senate in person," another official said, drawing the Queen's ire. "And leave my people?" she asked scornfully. "I must agree with him, Your Majesty. Getting you off-world to safety should be our #1 priority. If you yourself stand before the Senate, it would make our case much more substantial," another official said, agreeing with the first. "We should send the Ultramarine with you as well. If there is a bigger plot against you as we have speculated, he might be the only one capable of protecting you," a third said. A hum of agreement sounded through the chamber before the Queen once more spoke. "What of our people? Maximus has been the only one strong enough to stand up and protect our city. You would send him away?" she asked. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, you are Theed. Without you, we would be in ruin. We have evacuated most of the citizens from the city, and they are safe. Now only we remain," Lyra said, gripping Padme's arm as she sat to her right, while looking at the decoy queen. "If the Federation wants to hold an empty city, let them. But first, we need you off-world, and on your way to the Senate," the first man said. Heavy footsteps rang through the halls as an armored giant approached from the front doors of the palace. His red optics were all they could see before he walked from the shadowy hallway behind him into the chamber. Kagan reacted in an instant, drawing his lightsaber and getting in a defensive stance while Obi-Wan did the same. "Everyone out now!" Kagan shouted at the surrounding entourage. They all stood, but not for the reasons he had expected. "Master Kagan, put your weapon away this instant," Queen Amidala commanded. "A duplicate of this droid was responsible for the massacre at the Jedi Temple. You must leave, now," he said once more, not understanding why no one was moving. "Lieutenant Maximus is not a droid. He is a soldier from another galaxy," the Queen said to the ambassadors. "You said there was a duplicate of me at this temple of yours. Elaborate, now," Maximus demanded, his deep voice reverberating through the chamber of the throne room. The younger of the Jedi looked to his master, who had frozen, not out of fear, but out of indecision. "A droid, in the same armor type as you appeared in our temple on the planet of Coruscant. He slaughtered many of our brothers and sisters. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you?" Kagan said, lowering his lightsaber to his waist, though he didn't deactivate it. "What did the colors of his armor look like?" Maximus asked, unwilling to describe his brothers any farther to these strangers. "You tell us. You clearly have something to hide," Obi-Wan said hotly. Maximus' fingers slowly clenched themselves, and with one stride, reached out and gripped the older man by his robes before lifted him up towards his helmeted face. The man controlled himself well, holding his hands to either side of him as if to make himself less threatening, wishing to talk now more than fight as he had gotten his emotions under control. The younger man, however, wasn't as seasoned as his master, and lashed out with his lightsaber, only to be shocked as Maximus reached out and gripped the blade with a gauntlet hand. His armored fingers started to superheat, but Maximus didn't pay it any attention as his eyes were fixed on the older man. "Speak," he commanded, finally looking at the younger man before releasing his weapon. His fingers started to cool, and his armor registered no deformation in his armored fingers. He was cased in armor as you are, though his was black and white, while he wielded a sword and shield. He kept calling any who got in his way Xeno scum, or warp-tainted abominations. He slaughtered anyone who got in his way, Kagan said before being released. He landed on his feet and started straightening his robes. "I'm not alone," Maximus said, reaching up and removing his helmet from his head. He placed his helmet under his left arm and looked at the Queen. The actual Queen. "I must find my brother." "What have you decided?" he asked. "We have decided that the Queen will be taken off-world and sent to the Senate of Coruscant to plead our case. We would respectfully ask that you go with her," one of the council members said. Maximus looked down at the Jedi, who seemed to be contemplating what was happening, before looking to the younger one. "If you ever point your weapon at me again, be assured I'll rip your arm from your socket," he said threateningly. "Master, you can't be serious. If what he says is true, then his brother is responsible for the slaughter at the temple. We cannot take him anywhere near Coruscant," the younger man practically shouted in protest. "Maximus is Theed's savior. I will go nowhere unless he is with me," Queen Amidala said as she stood from her throne. Kagan said nothing as he thought on the words said, though his emotions were in disarray once more. "Enough, Obi-Wan. We will discuss this in private," he said as he turned from his Padawan. "We will await you in the hangars. Please take all the time you need to prepare yourselves for departure," he said, motioning for Obi-Wan to follow him as he walked away. "Kagan, I understand your fears and frustrations, Obi-Wan," Kagan said to his Padawan, who had been quietly voicing his angry complaints. "But you cannot let them control you. Temper yourself in this time of strife." Obi-Wan, still fuming, responded, "You must see the foolishness in this plan, Master. How can we just sit by and let this monster reunite with his kin?" "I must protest." Kagan said nothing in reply. The sound of heavy footsteps filled the air, signaling the arrival of the very being they had been discussing. Maximus entered the hangar bay, accompanied by the Queen and her retinue. The group consisted of the Queen, Captain Panica, and a few handmaids. Other attendants would remain behind for now. "We're ready," Captain Panica said, gesturing toward one of the ships. It was a sleek silver vessel, one Maximus had never seen before. He thought it looked primitive, lacking the weapons and technology he was used to. There were only a few cannons, and no tech priests to bless the ship for flight. "Emperor, protect us," he muttered under his breath, switching off his vox to ensure no one could hear. "Come on, Mr. Droid Man." Nira chirked, tugging at his left greave. She and her mother had been asked to accompany the Queen as part of her entourage. While her mother was willing, Nira's excitement was fueled by her fascination with Maximus, whom she had taken to calling Mr. Droid Man, in her childlike way. Maximus looked down at the child before hefting his ammo crate. It had grown lighter over the past week, though he still had enough supplies to last for a few more days. "Come, little one. Let's not keep your mother waiting," he said, stepping forward into the ship's boarding ramp. He had to duck as he entered, and once inside, he realized he would need to hunch over for the journey or at least remain seated for most of it. "Wait for Mesa," a voice called from behind. An insufferable Xeno appeared at the top of the ramp, and it took every ounce of Maximus' self-control not to rip its oversized ears off and smash its skull against his knee. His red optics locked onto the being, soon to be known as Jar Jar Binks, with pure hatred. But he knew if he wanted to continue this journey to find his brother, he would have to endure the unbearable presence of this filthy creature. Soon, very soon, he promised himself, tearing his eyes away. As he did, Maximus watched the pilots preparing the ship. He observed which buttons they pressed, and which switches they flipped to get the ship moving. It was all completely foreign to him, but after a few moments, he realized it wasn't as complicated as it appeared. The ship lifted off, and within moments, they were airborne, entering low orbit. Then, the ship began to shudder. "We're taking fire!" one of the pilots shouted as they scrambled with the controls. The ship shook violently as enemy lasers struck, causing everyone but Maximus to cling to whatever they could for support. Maximus, having chosen to kneel, remained steady, watching as several droids were dispatched to help repair the ship. Though he wasn't sure what they could accomplish. After what seemed like an eternity, the blockade was broken, and the ship was on its way to Coruscant. But not everything had gone according to plan. "The damage is worse than the droids could handle," one of the pilots reported, motioning to a nearby console displaying a map. "We'll need to make an unscheduled stop for repairs." The younger Jedi took charge, scanning the map for a suitable location. He found a desert planet. "I've located a place. It's out of the way, and the Federation shouldn't be able to track us there," the Jedi said, pointing to the planet on the hologram. "What planet?" Captain Panica asked, glancing at the hologram. "Tatooine," Obi-Wan answered. Panica turned, visibly disturbed by the revelation. "Absolutely not. That's Hutt territory. If they find the Queen, all hope is lost. Find another option," he commanded. "But I have. That's all there is," the young Jedi replied. "It wouldn't be any different than landing on a planet controlled by the Federation," Kagan said, looking toward the ship's captain. "But the Hutts aren't looking for her. It's our only option." Panica's expression darkened, but as his gaze shifted to Maximus, who knelt nearby, his displeasure gave way to thoughtfulness. "Lieutenant Maximus, would you be willing to protect the Queen as we make our way to Coruscant?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the towering, armored figure who knelt outside of the cockpit. Maximus remained silent for a few moments, then slowly turned his head to meet Panica's gaze. "If protecting her will quicken our journey, then yes. I will protect the Queen," he answered. Panica sighed in relief and turned his seat back toward the front of the ship. "Very well. We'll stop at Tatooine," he finally conceded. "Now then, I think we need to bring that astromech droid to the Queen. She requested its presence once we were out of the Federation's grip." He stood and walked past Maximus. A moment later, Padme, disguised as a handmaiden, entered the main room and took a seat next to Maximus at one of the nearby tables. Though he didn't acknowledge her presence, she knew he was aware of her sitting beside him. "Maximus," she began, her voice calm but curious. "Will you tell me about this emperor of yours? Who is he, and what does he do?" Maximus paused, sensing this was an opportunity to share the teachings of the emperor. His gauntlet hand rested on his left knee, and his helmeted gaze fixed on her, as if evaluating her worthiness with the question itself. The air around them seemed to thrum with his presence. The emperor. He is not just a leader or a man. He is the God Emperor of mankind, our creator, our protector, and our eternal guide, he said, reverence filling his voice. Padme frowned, clearly perplexed by the gravity of the title. A god? But how can a man be a god? Aren't gods something else? Something different? Maximus straightened, his posture hardening, his voice now firm with the conviction of 100 battles. The Emperor is a god. Though he walked among us as flesh and bone, he is more than a mere man. He is divine, and his will is absolute. He is the light that guides humanity. Padme's brow furrowed as she processed his words, carefully considering her response, wary not to provoke the warrior. I don't understand. I've never heard of such a powerful being, she said softly. Maximus' eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice softened, his tone imbued with deep reverence. His divine glory hasn't yet reached this galaxy. But when it does, you will see the Imperium in all its brilliance. Padme tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. But if he is a god, where is he? Has he abandoned you here? Maximus' gaze hardened, and his voice, though calm, held an undercurrent of danger. Watch your words, mortal. Do not speak of such heresy. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend, she stammered, her voice tinged with panic. I just don't know anything about this being. I only wish to understand. Maximus grunted, shifting slightly as he relaxed his grip on the hilt of his chain sword, which he had instinctively placed there at her misstep. We know the Emperor is a god because we feel his presence. We know because we have witnessed the miracles he wrought in his name. His power is beyond comprehension, and his grace is what sustains us. There is no doubt. The Emperor is our God, our protector, and through him, humanity will survive. Padme swallowed hard, her expression a mix of humility and awe at the depth of his belief. So, he's not just a leader, he's everything? She asked, her voice quiet. Exactly. Maximus replied reverently. The Emperor is all that we are and all that we will ever be. He is the heart of the Imperium, and through him, humanity will endure. Padme nodded slowly, her mind reeling with the enormity of what he had said. I see. Thank you for speaking to me about this, she said before standing and walking away, her thoughts heavy with the weight of the conversation. The journey to Tatooine came to an end, and Maximus strode down the ramp, his boots sinking into the soft sand. His helmet zoomed in on the distant city a few miles away. A new world. He activated his Vox and spoke into it with a flicker of hope. This is Lieutenant Maximus of the Ultramarines. Can anyone hear me? Silence. He let out a long sigh, the faint hope of finding his brothers on this Emperor-forsaken planet slipping away. Then, suddenly, static crackled through his helmet, and his gaze snapped to the city. Lieutenant Maximus. This is Raxor of the Salamanders, come in. Maximus's two hearts skipped a beat. The voice he thought he'd never hear again. Brother? Where are you? A city called Mos Espa. Raxor replied. It's the biggest trading hub on the planet. Where are you? Just outside the city. Stay put. I'll come to you. Maximus's voice was firm, but a rush of joy filled him. He had found one of his lost brothers, but caution still reigned. He turned back to see the older Jedi, Qui-Gon Jinn, walking toward him with the insufferable Jar Jar Binks in tow. "I would appreciate it if you left the filthy creature behind," Maximus said bluntly. Kagan raised an eyebrow. "That's somewhat rude." "What's rude?" Maximus retorted. "Is the offense it offers to my eyes." "Is he talking about Mesa?" Jar Jar asked, his ears drooping. Kagan gestured for him to be quiet, then turned back to Maximus. "Why do you dislike him so much?" Maximus clenched his fists, turning his gaze back to the Gungan. "Enough. I'll speak no more of this. Leave it behind, or I'll rip its skull off its shoulders." His tone was cold, the threat unmistakable. Kagan was taken aback but quickly realized the man before him was no ordinary warrior. If Maximus was anything like the other warrior from the temple, he stood no chance. At least this one was willing to converse. "I think it's best you stay behind for now, Jar Jar," Kagan said gently, though the Gungan's eyes drooped in sadness. Jar Jar trudged back toward the ship, leaving Kagan to walk with Maximus toward the city. "I still don't understand your animosity toward the Gungan," Kagan ventured, hoping to make sense of Maximus's reaction, but the warrior remained true to his word. "Mr. Droid Man!" called a young voice from behind them. Maximus turned to see Padme walking toward them, flanked by Lyra and Captain Panica, with Nira running ahead of them. The little girl was waving her arms excitedly, but after a moment, she tripped and fell face first into the sand. She quickly picked herself up and continued running forward undeterred. "Nira, be careful!" Lyra called from behind, still limping from the blaster bolt she had taken to her leg. Maximus realized his reunion with his brother might take longer than expected, but he wasn't worried. If he knew anything about his brothers, it was that, if they were alive, they were likely wreaking havoc wherever they went. Sheev Palpatine sat at his desk, reviewing reports about the blockade above his home planet, Naboo. He cared little for the people or the planet itself, only for what it could offer him to further his own ambitions. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, so intense it knocked him from his chair. "Gah!" He clutched his forehead, propping himself up with one elbow. One of the guards quickly moved to assist him. "Are you all right, Senator?" the man asked. "Ah, yes, thank you," Palpatine replied, still reeling from the headache. The guard helped him back into his seat and motioned to the other to fetch help. "I'm quite fine now." "Please don't trouble anyone on my behalf," Palpatine added, feigning indifference. "Are you sure, sir?" "It's no trouble," the guard insisted. "I'm sure. I think I just need a moment to rest," Palpatine said, allowing the guard to fuss over him for a bit before the man finally left. Then, he felt it, death. The slaughter. An evil smile curled on his lips as he gazed out the window toward the Jedi Temple. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he could sense the Jedi dying. He was certain his master felt it too. "Well, it looks like I need a walk," Palpatine murmured, standing up and heading for the door, making his way toward the Jedi Temple. Sebastian, the Black Templar, strode from the Jedi Temple, his armor slick with blood. He powered down his sword, hefted his shield, and surveyed the planet around him. It appeared to be a hive world, though one unlike any he had encountered before. A mixture of disdain and suspicion rose within him as he took in the scene. There were no orbital weapons, no statues of Imperium warriors, no Gothic spires, and most glaringly, no Imperial Aquila. It was disgusting. His blood began to boil as his optics scanned the people going about their business, oblivious to the chaos unfolding beyond their little bubble of influence. Sirens wailed in the distance, drawing closer. Raising his shield, he decided to investigate, watching as a dozen flying machines descended before him. They released squads of soldiers and automata, forming a line to confront him. "Drop your weapons!" one of the men shouted. Sebastian did the opposite, tightening his grip on his sword and shield. "Identify yourself, guardsman," he demanded. The man hesitated, then repeated his order. "Drop your weapons!" Sebastian stood firm, unshaken. "Last chance, drop your weapons or we'll open fire!" the man shouted, drawing a blaster pistol and pointing it at the towering figure before him. "You dare threaten me?" Sebastian growled, stepping forward with malice in his stride. "Open fire!" the captain screamed. The roar of blaster fire erupted, but the bolts shattered against the Black Templar's armor, leaving him completely unharmed. "May the Emperor have mercy on your souls, for I will not," Sebastian bellowed, launching himself into the throng of soldiers and machines. His blade flashed in the air, cutting through the ranks with a single swipe. Men and automata fell in pieces, blood and oil spraying across the ground. He hurled his shield into the line of enemies to his left, reducing their bodies to broken heaps. His sword swung out again, scattering limbs and coating the steps of the Jedi Temple red. Screams echoed in the air as Sebastian pressed forward, cutting down those who dared stand in his way. The remaining forces broke formation, retreating toward their ships, firing wildly as they fled. "Weaklings!" Sebastian shouted through his helmet, raising his left hand and aiming his bolt pistol. His first shot obliterated the top half of a man attempting to climb into a transport, the bolt ripping through the ship's hull. The transport continued to fly, but it was only a moment before his second shot detonated the vessel, sending it plummeting to the ground far below. The remaining soldiers scrambled to board the other transports, but they too met the same fate. Sebastian emptied his magazine, each shot finding its mark. One man, too slow to escape, screamed in terror as he lost his grip and fell from the transport. His chest slammed against the edge of the platform, and he dangled there, panicked and desperate. "No! No!" he cried, his fingers desperately clawing for purchase. Sebastian walked over, his heavy steps shaking the platform before reaching down to seize the man by his uniform. With a grunt, he hoisted him up to eye level. "You'll tell me everything about this planet. Then I'll decide whether you live or die. Understand?" Sebastian said coldly. The man trembled in pure horror. Before the conversation could continue, another transport appeared, landing on the platform. Instead of guards, two men stepped out, their faces concealed by shadow. "Quickly, we don't have much time before more arrive," one of the men urged, motioning for Sebastian to board. Sebastian stared at them with disdain. "I would welcome more," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. The other man seemed unfazed. "I don't doubt it, but surely you wouldn't want an entire planet out to kill you." Sebastian smiled darkly. "A great honor. I would welcome the challenge." The man's voice turned desperate. "Please, just come with us. We can help you with whatever you need." The Black Templar paused, considering the offer. After a moment, he made up his mind. "You should have spoken sooner." He glanced down at the man still dangling from his grip, then casually tossed him off the platform. The man screamed as he fell into the abyss below. Sebastian stepped onto the transport, feeling it sink under his weight before it lifted off. The two men stood silently, watching him from beneath their hoods. The taller of the two had unsettling yellow eyes, though his hood and respirator concealed most of his face. "Speak," Sebastian commanded, his voice cold. The taller man's yellow eyes narrowed, as though he believed he held some measure of importance. Sebastian couldn't care less. This world was untouched by the Imperium, and in his eyes, it held no real significance. That, and the fact that the world seemed Xenofriendly, the tall one's eyes alone were enough to make Sebastian suspect he was either a Xeno or a warp-tainted human like the ones he had just slaughtered. "First, let me ask you a question. Who are you, and why did you slaughter the Jedi at the temple?" The younger man asked. "I told you to speak, not ask questions," Sebastian replied coldly. He leaned in, bringing himself face to face with the younger man. "Now, if you want to leave this transport alive, you'd better start talking." He paused, eyes narrowing. "My patience is running thin." Before the younger man could respond, the older man raised a hand, silencing him. "I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation you're in," the Xeno said, his voice measured but firm. "We've chosen to intervene because we share similar goals. Let us find common ground, where we both benefit. He gestured toward his companion. My apprentice will explain everything as we go. But for now, we've arrived. The transport doors hissed open, revealing a dark platform stretching into the unknown. Please follow me, Bizino said, stepping out first. Sebastian merely hummed in response, stepping out of the transport side by side with the younger man. Without warning, he raised his bolt pistol and fired once, the shot echoing as it struck the man square in the back. Sheev Palpatine, the droid, whatever it was, didn't seem to understand the position it was in. After feeling the chaos erupting at the Jedi Temple, Palpatine had contacted his master, Plagueis, who had ordered him to prepare transport. The two had met, then traveled together to the Jedi Temple to investigate what had happened. It was there they encountered the massive metal figure, a droid, or at least, that's what they assumed it was. The droid had just finished slaughtering the Coruscant guards, and as Palpatine stepped forward to ask it to follow, the machine casually tossed the man it was holding off the side of the platform, sending him plummeting into the abyss below. The ride to the underground facility at the bottom of the Lemerge building wasn't long, but Palpatine sensed something unusual about this droid. He could feel it, the creature's killing intent towards his master. His mind raced with the possibilities before him, and he had to admit, he liked what he saw. Using his mastery of the Force to mask thoughts and feelings, Palpatine concealed the killing intent from the metal man, knowing that Plagueis wasn't as adept in this subtle art as he was. My apprentice will explain everything as we go. But for now, we've arrived, Plagueis said as the transport doors hissed open, revealing a dark platform stretching into the unknown. Plagueis stepped out first, and Palpatine followed, the mechanical figure next to him. But then, Palpatine felt it, a sudden surge of killing intent. The man raised his left hand, holding some kind of weapon, and fired. The shot rang out, striking his master in the back. It was a split second, but Palpatine was fast. He masked the intent from Plagueis, even as the bolt tore through his master's protective plate, exploding in a burst of shrapnel. Plagueis screamed in pain as the blast shredded his back, sending debris deep into his body. His respirator sparked and died, choking him in the process. Palpatine couldn't help himself. He began to laugh, a low, cruel cackle, as he walked toward his master, who was still struggling to move, his body racked with pain. Now I am the master, and you, old friend, are nothing more than a nuisance, Palpatine sneered. Lightning crackled from his fingertips, lashing out and enveloping Plagueis in a vicious storm. Plagueis gurgled and screamed, smoke rising from his charred body as violent convulsions racked his form. Palpatine let the torture drag on, enjoying the moment. He paused briefly, letting his master have a brief respite before starting again, laughing even harder this time. Sebastian, still standing off to the side, watched with cold indifference. But as he observed Palpatine's actions, a new understanding formed in his mind. The younger man torturing his master was the apprentice, the one who had been so eager to make a deal moments ago. If these two were willing to betray and destroy each other in an instant, what would they do to him? After what felt like an eternity, Palpatine finally brought an end to Plagueis' suffering, the crackle of lightning ceasing as the body of his former master lay still. A sudden wave of euphoria washed over him as the dark side of the Force anointed him the true master, filling him with raw power. But that brief moment of triumph was shattered by the sharp hum of a power sword activating, crackling with energy. Palpatine turned, locking eyes with the Black Templar, whose red optics glowed menacingly in the dim light. Thank you for helping me rid myself of this man, Palpatine said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. I've been planning this for some time, but you gave me the perfect opportunity. Despite the violence that had just unfolded, Palpatine's tone remained calm, almost cordial. I still wish to find a way for us to help each other. Please, follow me, and I'll answer any questions you might have. He gestured toward a black door in the distance, which slid open with a soft hiss at his command. Sebastian glanced down at the fallen man, his expression unreadable. If it came to it, he would deal with Palpatine, but for now, he needed answers. The brief alliance might allow him to learn something useful, but Sebastian didn't trust him at all. Very well. Led on, the Black Templar said, his voice low and measured as he holstered his bolt pistol on his left thigh and deactivated his power sword. Palpatine, seemingly unconcerned with the possibility of another attack, turned his back on Sebastian and started walking toward the door. Before following after the man, Sebastian nudged Plagueis' charred body with his foot, rolling it over as he searched for something. Another one. The Black Templar muttered to himself as he retrieved a cylindrical tube, one of the weapons these beings used, from the robes of the burnt corpse. Maximus and his group made their way toward Mos Espa, Maximus leading from the front. However, he was forced to stop frequently, as Nera and Lyra struggled to keep up. Lyra, still wounded from the blaster bolt she'd taken during the invasion of Naboo, had decided to return to the ship. To Maximus's surprise, Padme offered to watch over Nera while the rest of the group entered the city. Maximus's patience was beginning to wear thin, as Nera, though she hadn't complained, was clearly tiring, and he found himself regretting his decision to allow her to come. After another few moments of waiting, he stopped completely, reaching down to scoop her up under her arms and hoist her onto his left shoulder pauldron. "Come, little one. You're slowing us down," he said firmly. Nera didn't respond, but Maximus noticed the flush of embarrassment on her face. He sighed inwardly but pressed on. "Don't be embarrassed," he added, his tone matter-of-fact. "Just be better." Kagan, walking beside them, narrowed his eyes. "She's a child. Would you really hold that against her? Do you have no compassion for children where you're from?" Maximus's gaze was cold, and he didn't hesitate before answering. "Where I come from, compassion can be deadly," he said. Then, looking at Nera, he added, "There's nothing wrong with being weak, but remaining weak is something to be ashamed of." Nera clung to his shoulder pauldron, lost in thought, her eyes fixed ahead on the city. She didn't respond, but Maximus could tell she was contemplating his words. As they reached the outskirts of Mos Espa, Maximus took in the sight before them. The city was a disorderly mess, everything he had expected and more. Hundreds of Xenos, some humanoid, others strange and alien, roamed the streets freely. The buildings were little more than dirt huts, and the entire city reeked of decay. The streets were covered in waste, and the air was thick with shouting and the constant noise of a lawless, chaotic society. Maximus's lip curled in disgust. "Filthy degenerates. Filthy degenerates," Nera repeated, her voice high and shrill. Maximus shot her a quick look, his eyebrow twitching at the sudden outburst. People nearby stopped and stared, but Maximus's red optics silenced them. "Keep walking," he growled, his voice cold with malice, "or I'll rip your spines out." The onlookers quickly turned away, deciding to go about their business. Kagan chose to remain silent, his mind working through what he was witnessing. He was beginning to understand the Ultramarine better. The man despised anything that wasn't human, and he wasn't very subtle at concealing it. Kagan noticed the tightening of Maximus's fists before the warrior turned and walked toward one of the shops. Maximus had been in constant contact with his brother, Raxor, and was now heading to the location Raxor had directed him to. The group drew every gaze they could, some filled with fear, others with greed. "That armor looks mighty expensive," a man said as Maximus approached. "You'd better watch yourself," the man muttered, his voice low. "Wouldn't want to find a knife between your ribs in the middle of the night." Maximus didn't respond immediately. He stopped in front of the man, then carefully lifted Nera from his shoulder and set her down on the ground. Without another word, he turned toward the man and lashed out. Maximus's left hand lashed out, seizing the man by the head. With a terrifying ease, he dragged him out of the alley. The man flailed helplessly, his fingers scrambling for purchase on Maximus's armored arm. His legs kicked in panic, but he couldn't break free. "You insulted me and threatened my life," Maximus said coldly, his voice like ice. Normally, I would kill you where you stand. But something's telling me to let you live. Maximus tossed the man to the ground, the impact wet and sickening. But I'll take one of your legs as compensation. With a brutal stomp, Maximus shattered the man's left leg, then tore it off with a savage twist of his boot. The man's screams echoed through the alley. Without a second glance, Maximus turned and started to walk away. Kagan, stunned by the brutality, stepped forward, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his lightsaber. Enough! Kagan commanded, his voice firm. Maximus stopped and slowly turned to face the Jedi. Kagan stood ready, his saber hilt still deactivated but his stance one of resolve. Your blatant disregard for life, your hatred of alien species, this stops now, Kagan said, his voice rising in condemnation. Maximus's expression darkened, his gaze cold. Put your weapon away, Jedi, or I'll kill you where you stand, he warned, his voice low and menacing. The man made no such move. Maximus moved toward Kagan, towering over him. You saw my brother's anger in your Jedi temple with your own eyes. Maximus took another step forward, his eyes gleaming with menace. But I can promise you this, my brother's anger, compared to mine, is a drop of water to a hurricane. He loomed over Kagan, forcing the Jedi to take a step back. I am over 200 years old. I've fought in thousands of battles, killed hundreds of thousands. I've wiped entire worlds from existence. Do you really think your little blade can harm me? He spread his arms wide, a challenge and a threat in one. Then I invite you to try. Enough, Padme said, drawing the other's attention toward her. She was pale, her eyes fixed on the man who had stopped screaming due to blood loss from his wound. She had taken Nira and hidden her behind her back, shielding the girl from the gruesome sight, though Nira wasn't naive enough to miss what had happened. Padme took a shuddering breath before turning to the Jedi and the Ultramarine. Maximus was taking care of a future problem. Isn't that right? She asked, but received no reply. In the future, please be more subtle, Maximus, she added quietly. Master Jedi, please put your weapon away, she said, turning to Kagan, who reluctantly complied. Maximus hummed in discontent, casting a scornful glance at the Jedi. This man had defied him at every turn, and Maximus found himself yearning to reach out and simply snap his neck. Yet, much like the man still passed out on the ground, something was holding him back. Was it the Emperor's will? Or some warp-tainted influence? He would have to consult with his brothers on the matter. Turning away from the group, Maximus walked toward one of the huts, a faint grin forming beneath his helmet when he saw Raxor step out. The salamander extended his arms in greeting. Good to see you, brother, he said, the two clasped forearms in a warrior's greeting. It's good to see you too, Maximus replied, switching to a private Vox channel to keep their conversation secure. What news do you have? Not much, brother, Raxor replied. The remains of the battle barge crashed here, though I left them in the desert to come here. Some filthy Xenos may have scavenged it by now. Maximus gave a reassuring nod. Worry not, brother. I would have made the same choice. We'll see what we can salvage from the wreckage later. Whatever artifacts or machines the Emperor has blessed us with, we'll find them. He must know we've arrived, and he wouldn't leave us helpless. Raxor raised his hands, making the Imperial Aquila with his fingers. The Emperor protects. Indeed, brother. Maximus's voice softened, reverent. I've also learned that Brother Sebastian still lives. He's on a planet called Coruscant. Maximus gestured toward Padme with his right hand. This woman is the queen of a planet named Naboo, where I landed. She has been incredibly helpful in my time there. Kind, but stubborn. She would make a good planetary governor when the Imperium inevitably makes its way here. We should work to bring her to our side. Kagan, Padme, Nira, Anakin, and Shmi all watched the two Astartes converse, though they couldn't hear a word of it. Raxor nodded thoughtfully. If that's your opinion, brother, I will trust your judgment. Now, how do we retrieve our wayward brother? Maximus's gaze turned back toward Padme. The woman has asked me to accompany her to a Senate meeting on the planet Coruscant where she will plead her case about a blockade on Naboo. We will find our brother and return her for the battle barge. After that, I'm not sure what will happen, Maximus said, turning back to his brother. And what of the others? Raxor asked, his voice low and cautious. Maximus grunted softly before responding. The man is something called a Jedi. I believe they can tap into the warp to a limited extent. From what I can tell, they're just weak psychers. And the child? Raxor pressed. I saved her and her mother from what the natives call droids. Essentially automata. She's practically glued to my side ever since. Remarkably gifted with mechanics. But what about those two? Maximus asked, nodding toward the mother and son who stood near the door to the shop. Slaves of the Xeno who ran this shop. I killed him, and have been here since. Come inside, we have much to discuss. Raxor said, gesturing toward the shop's entrance. Maximus nodded and stepped forward. He ducked beneath the doorframe, followed by Raxor. The interior of the shop was grim. Blood spattered the walls, likely that of the slain Xeno. The clutter of forgotten objects seemed more like a maze than a place of business. What are we searching for, Jedi? Maximus asked, glancing at the man who had followed them in. The Jedi fell silent for a moment, taking in the blood-streaked walls, sensing the remnants of violence that had transpired here through the Force. His gaze shifted to the two towering space marines, a hint of disgust flickering across his face before he turned to Padme. May I speak with you outside? He asked, his tone quiet but insistent. Padme hesitated, glancing at Maximus. He nodded slightly, signaling that it was fine. Very well, she agreed, stepping outside with Kagan. They stood in the dusty street, the weight of the situation heavy between them. Kagan spoke first, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. I know the Queen may feel indebted to Maximus, but you must have seen his brutal nature. Someone like him can't be trusted. Padme was silent for a long moment, considering her words carefully. I understand your concerns, Master Jedi. But Maximus saved Naboo when it was in desperate need. If not for him, we would have been left waiting for you to negotiate our safety. What would have happened if he hadn't intervened? What would have become of my people? She asked, unaware that the two space marines inside were listening closely. Qui-Gon's expression hardened. I won't lie to you. I can't promise your people would have fared better, but you can't deny that Maximus is a monster in metal armor. His brother killed something in that shop, probably the owner. You can't condone that, and yet you're willing to take them to Coruscant, where his brother, who has slaughtered dozens of Jedi, awaits. Padme paused, her thoughts swirling. She looked at the Jedi, her voice calm but resolute. I will take your concerns to the Queen. But let me be clear. I've seen his brutality, yes, but only toward those who threaten him or those he protects, she said quietly. Maybe the galaxy needs a monster or two to keep it safe, she added, turning back toward the shop, her mind heavy with the weight of her decision. Inside, Maximus and Raxor stood with their backs to the door, their arms folded as they spoke quietly among themselves. You're right, brother. She could be of great use. We should work to win her over. If she understands that peace is achieved through the strength of the Imperium, perhaps she'll see the wisdom in joining us, Raxor said, his voice thoughtful. Maximus hummed in agreement. The galaxy could benefit from a few more like her. We shall see. Raxor turned toward the door as Padme re-entered. The tension in the air was palpable. It was clear now that their paths were converging in ways none of them could fully predict. Kagan re-entered the shop after Padme and began searching for the parts they needed. The boy will know where to find what you're looking for. He's quite resourceful, Raxor remarked, glancing from his brother to the Jedi. Kagan ignored the Astartes' comment and walked over to the boy, whom he had learned was named Anakin. Hello, young man. My name is Kagan Jin. What is yours? He asked, though he already knew the answer. The boy glanced up at the man before looking nervously at Raxor and Maximus, who had Nira energetically bouncing between them as they loomed like two giants in the room. Anakin, the boy said quietly. Anakin, I'm looking for some parts for a J-Type 327 Nubian. Do you know if you might have any? Kagan asked. Anakin nodded and motioned for the Jedi to follow him. He led Kagan through the shop and into the scrapyard. As they passed the particular area of wrecked parts, Anakin visibly shuddered. Kagan looked down and saw the cause. A Toydarian's body lay in multiple pieces beneath some discarded scrap. It had clearly been torn apart not long ago. The boy kept walking, but Kagan stayed behind for a moment, observing the scene before catching up. I think these parts will work, Anakin said as he sifted through a pile of scrap. We have others, but they'll need to be transported to your ship. Taking the opportunity, Kagan knelt and gently placed his hands on Anakin's shoulders. What happened here? He asked softly, his voice full of concern. Anakin visibly stiffened, uncomfortable with the question. He glanced around nervously, as if looking for someone, before speaking in a low voice. The big metal man, his name is Raxor. He came here with my mother a few days ago. When he saw Watto, Anakin hesitated, his eyes flicking to the ground. He just attacked him. He ripped off his wings, stomped on his head, then tore the body away. Kagan was silent for a moment, considering the boy's words. While he disapproved of Raxor's brutal actions, he couldn't deny the larger injustice of slavery. I see, he said quietly. I'm sorry you had to witness that. He rose to his feet and followed Anakin back into the shop, his mind heavy with the complexities of what he had just learned. As the two entered, Maximus and Raxor walked over to the Jedi, who looked up at them. It's almost evening. You will stay here until we return tomorrow and protect the Queen, Nira, the woman, and the boy. We have matters to attend to in the meantime, the Ultramarine said before turning away. You're leaving? Kagan asked, unsure of what to do. We are. Only until tomorrow morning. Our ship crash-landed on this planet, and we plan to recover what we can from the wreckage, Maximus replied, nodding towards Kagan before ducking out of the shop. Did they talk to you about this? Kagan asked Padme, who was looking at Anakin. I'm sorry, she replied, turning to the Jedi. The Ultramarine. Did he tell you about all this? He asked again. Briefly, but not entirely, she answered cryptically. In truth, Maximus had told her about their plans, enticing her with promises of war-ending technology and weapons still aboard the wrecked ship. They had suggested she wouldn't need the Senate to free her planet if they found what they were looking for, though she still wished to go through the proper channels before resorting to the two's more brutal methods. Kagan hummed thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he turned to observe Nira, who had walked over to a shelf full of scrap and was now fiddling with mechanical parts. Padme and Anakin went back to talking, while Kagan approached Nira. She paused what she was doing and looked up at him. Nira, could you tell me what you know about the Ultramarine? Do you like him? He asked, probing what she thought of the Astartes. Mr. Droid Man is really nice, though he's really mean to those who are mean to him, she said innocently. I see. Does he scare you at all? Kagan asked. She shook her head, her big eyes round and clear. No, he's really nice to me and Mama, she answered. Kagan hummed again. Thank you, Nira, he said, standing up and returning to his original position. I guess there's no other choice, he muttered quietly to himself. Darth Maul opened his eyes as his ship touched down on the desert planet of Tatooine. He stood up and made his way to the ramp, descending to the sands below. He raised his electro-binoculars to survey the city ahead. Finding nothing of interest, he pressed a few buttons on the control panel on his wrist. Moments later, 3 scouter droids descended from the ship and flew off to begin their search. Maul inhaled deeply, reflecting on the events that had led him here. His master, Darth Sidious, had ordered him to track down the queen after learning of her whereabouts. Sidious had been accompanied by a towering metal giant, but as per his master's instructions, Maul had kept his distance. Now, he would have to wait for one of the droids to find something. He gave the barren landscape one last glance before turning and walking back into his ship, settling into meditation as he waited. Maximus, the trek to the wreckage of the battle barge was long, but for the two Astartes, it took no more than a few hours as they sprinted across the barren desert. They didn't speak as they moved, but they killed anything that showed itself, sparing only the planet's wildlife. The natives call them Tusken Raiders, Raxor said, glancing down at the body of one such raider. Maximus had shot it before it could pose any threat, and now, as they examined it, Raxor took the opportunity to explain. I killed a large group of them, almost a whole tribe. They didn't put up much of a fight. Maximus simply hummed as he nudged the body with his boot. It might be a good idea to make this planet our base of operations while we wait for the Imperium to arrive, if things fall through with the Queen of Naboo. It would be simple to cleanse the planet of the less desirable elements. Maximus suggested, his voice steady. I agree, Raxor replied. I know Brother Sebastian would relish the opportunity. The two continued through the desert, cutting down any foes that crossed their path. Finally, they reached the wreckage of the barge, and a wave of fury washed over them as they surveyed the scene below. Dozens of sand crawlers were scattered around the wreck, and hundreds of Jawas scurried about, scavenging scraps of metal. A loud shout rang out from one section of the ship. The two Astartes turned to see one of the Jawas had shot itself with a bolt pistol, the top half of its body vaporized in an instant. Filthy little parasites, Raxor muttered, his eyes narrowing as he looked upon the ship. It was a mess. The Jawas had begun stripping the barge, but hadn't made much progress, aside from the breaches caused by the earlier attack in the warp. The exterior of the ship looked as though it had been slowly eaten away by hundreds of the tiny creatures, forming lines to carry away parts for inspection. It's good they haven't gotten far into the ship itself, Maximus said, his voice low. Let's go. What followed would be remembered as the Great Jawa Extinction, if any had survived to recount the tale. The two Astartes didn't hesitate. They began with the sand crawlers, obliterating them in explosions. Then they moved on to the Jawas, picking them off one by one. One of the little creatures shouted something in its strange language, but Raxor silenced it with a swift strike of his knife, cutting the creature's head clean in two before shooting a nearby power coil. The resulting explosion sent waves of fire and promethium roaring through the area, burning the Jawas alive. They screamed as they writhed in agony, but Raxor showed no mercy, leaving them to die in the flames. Maximus tore through the creatures with brutal efficiency. He stomped, crushed, and tore the Jawas apart with his savage strength. He grabbed one by the neck, lifting it into the air before slamming it into the ground with such force that its skull shattered, scattering brain matter across the sand. He swung his chains word with deadly precision, bisecting multiple Jawas in a single stroke. As the rest fled in terror, Maximus found a heavy bolter the beings had dropped and unleashed a storm of fire. Bolts ripped through the Jawas, obliterating them from existence. When the bolter ran dry, he tossed it aside, his armor splattered with blood and viscera. I enjoyed that very much, Raxor said, watching Maximus finish his carnage. Maximus simply nodded. Let's see what's still intact inside the barge. Come. The two Astartes entered the wreckage, stepping over the fallen bodies of their brothers. The halls were littered with the corpses of Astartes, a silent testament to the horrors of the warp that had ripped through the place. Raxor paused, his gaze lingering on the remains. I awoke amidst the wreckage, he explained quietly. I was the only survivor. I searched the ship for any who might have lived, but found only death. It was all I could do to lay them to rest in these halls before I chose to leave. Maximus placed a hand on Raxor's shoulder, his voice steady with conviction. We will return once we find Brother Sebastian. Until then, this is enough. With that, they moved deeper into the barge, heading for the lift that still functioned by the will of the Emperor. The lift carried them to the control room, and Maximus approached the panel. He pressed a few buttons, and the power flickered back to life. Praise the Emperor! The two Astartes said in unison before Maximus began sifting through the data files. The barge was still mostly intact, if you ignored the gaping hole where the front half of the ship had once been. The hangar and much of the machinery they had brought to combat the tyranid threat remained undisturbed. It was one such weapon in particular that Maximus was searching for. An image flickered to life above the central console, and Raxor's eyes widened in recognition. "Is that?" he began, but Maximus cut him off. "Yes. By his will, it has been preserved." Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the weapon projected before them, his expression unwavering. "But we have no one who can use it," Raxor said, his voice tinged with concern. "You are wrong. I can use it," Maximus replied, his tone resolute. "And if wielding it will sway the Queen to our side, it will be a small price to pay." Raxor fell silent, watching as the image faded from the screen. Without a word, the two turned and walked back toward the lift, their minds already focused on the task ahead. As they entered the hangar, Maximus grabbed one of the massive crates and began loading it with ammunition, weapons, and anything else that might prove useful for the immediate future. "Load whatever you wish to take with us for now," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "We'll return once we're with Sebastian." The two Astartes worked in silence, efficiently resupplying themselves. After a while, they walked from the barge, the crate carried between them. As they moved, Raxor's helmet detected something, an unsettling hum. His gaze shifted, and his enhanced optics locked onto a small, black droid observing them from a distance. Without hesitation, he raised his left arm and fired his plasma pistol. The shot disintegrated the droid in a flash of searing light. "Some sort of scout," Maximus muttered, his tone neutral. "We should get back to the Queen," Raxor replied, already shifting his focus back to their mission. "You head to the Queen," Maximus said, hefting the crate to his left shoulder. "I'll take this and head to the ship. I'll meet you on your way back." They exchanged a silent nod, each understanding the unspoken task before them. With that, they parted ways, walking in opposite directions, their footsteps heavy with purpose. Darth Maul. It had been a day since Maul had landed on the planet Tatooine, and so far, he had found nothing of interest. That was, until one of his scout droids alerted him to something in the desert. Rising from his meditation, he walked swiftly to the control console, where the droid's feed was displayed on the screen. The image revealed a massive ship in ruins, having crash-landed on the planet. Around it, hundreds of dead Jawas lay scattered, their sand crawlers burning in the distance. The sight was grim, but it was of little consequence to Maul. He zoomed in on a specific area of the wreckage. "Two more?" he muttered to himself as he watched two imposing figures, metal giants, emerge from what appeared to be a hangar. He leaned in closer, his hands resting on the console, as the figure in green armor raised his left arm. A shot rang out, instantly obliterating the scout droid. Maul sighed deeply, lowering his head in thought. He considered his next move, then looked back at the frozen image of the two armored figures. They were like the one his master had been accompanied by, Astartes. Standing, Maul pressed a button on the console to contact his master. The transmission was immediate, and Maul knelt before the screen. "Have you found the Queen?" Sidious's voice crackled through the calm. "Not yet, my master. But I have interesting news," Maul replied. "Speak," Sidious commanded. Maul pressed another button, sending the image to his master. He waited in silence as Sidious's low chuckle filled the air, growing into a cackle as he examined the image. "Good. Very good," Sidious said, dismissing the transmission with a wave. "See if you can make contact with the two Astartes. Inform them that Sebastian is here on Coruscant." But be cautious. They may attack you on sight," the Dark Lord of the Sith said before the transmission cut off. Maul paced the interior of his ship, pondering his next steps. There was a chance this was a trap set by his master, but he had trained in the ways of the Force, and in the art of the blade. He was confident that he could destroy any Metal Man, though his master had specifically warned him to avoid the one in black armor. He made up his mind. His primary mission was still the Queen, and that would remain his focus. If he failed, he would leverage the information about Sebastian to his advantage. With his plan set, he turned his attention to his 2 remaining droids, waiting for any further intelligence before making his move. Maximus. Walking through the desert with the crate of weapons on his shoulder, Maximus made his way toward the Nubian ship, dispatching any threat that crossed his path. Behind him, the bodies of more Tusken raiders littered the ground. His patience was wearing thin. The constant interference on this planet was beginning to annoy him, and he vowed that once they had returned, they would conquer this world, with extreme prejudice. After several hours, the Nubian finally came into view as Maximus crested a hill. As he approached, the younger Jedi, the fake Queen, and Lyra came to greet him. "Where are the others?" Sabe asked, concern evident in her voice. "Calm yourself. They are safe," Maximus replied coldly, walking past them and entering the ship. He set the heavy crate down before exiting the Nubian once more, stepping back into the blistering desert sands. "Brother, I've made it to the ship. How fares your journey?" Maximus inquired through his Vox link. "It goes well, brother," Raxor's voice crackled through the comms. "I've taken out another of the scout droids from the barge. Someone is watching us. I can feel it." Maximus paused for a moment, scanning the horizon. His helmet's sensors locked onto a distant point, and he reached for his bolt pistol. "I've destroyed a third," he replied simply, then raised his pistol, firing a single shot. The loud crack of the shot echoed through the desert, making the Queen, Lyra, and the Jedi jump in surprise. They all turned to Maximus. "A little warning next time would be appreciated," the young Jedi remarked, rubbing his ears. "If I cared, I would have given you one," Maximus retorted, his voice icy. He was a patient Astartes, but his tolerance for incompetent, self-entitled psychers like this one was running thin. "Next time, don't stand next to me, and you won't burst an eardrum." With that, he turned and began heading toward the city to meet Raxor halfway. "The man has been quite cooperative," Raxor's voice came through the Vox. "He was eager to assist us to get moving." What neither of the Astartes knew, however, was that while they had been away, Kagan had tested Anakin's blood for midichlorians. He was shocked to find that the boy had over 20,000 midichlorians, a remarkable count. But he was even more surprised when, on a whim, he tested Nira's blood as well. She had 14,000, significantly lower than the boy's, but still impressive. The more time he spent with the 2 children, the more he recognized signs of Force sensitivity in them. It was far more pronounced in the boy, but Nira showed potential as well. After a conversation with the boy's mother, he was certain of Anakin's power, and he was now determined to get the boy to the Jedi Council. Kagan immediately set to work, doing everything he could to help them prepare for departure. He ushered the children, Padme, who had taken a particular liking to Anakin, and Shmi into action, directing them to pack up and get ready to leave. During this time, he discovered the control device for the explosives implanted in the 2 slaves. Without hesitation, he deactivated it, rendering the device useless. By the time the Astartes arrived, the group was nearly ready. It only took them another 15 minutes to leave the city of Mos Espa. Maximus had been right. The little girl, Nira, was a bundle of energy, practically bouncing around Raxor as she bombarded him with questions. He was patient at first, but after what felt like the 100th question, he gently asked her to calm down so he could focus on the task at hand. Pacified, she complied, leaving to chat with Anakin and Padme. who had been talking nonstop throughout the journey. Hours passed, and Raxor's eyes finally caught sight of Maximus in the distance. But there was something else, something unexpected. A speeder racing at full speed toward Maximus, with a black-robed figure riding it. As the Astartes trudged through the sudden sandstorm that seemed to appear out of nowhere, the Ultramarine turned at Raxor's warning. A figure on a speeder was racing toward him, cutting through the storm with unnatural speed. The figure, cloaked in black robes, aimed to pass Maximus without breaking stride. But the Astartes had other plans. With a sudden burst of speed, Maximus sprinted forward and collided with the speeder, slamming into it head-on. The vehicle shattered under the force of the impact, disintegrating into debris. The hooded figure reacted instantly, leaping off the speeder as it was obliterated, flipping gracefully in the air before landing lightly on his feet. His lightsaber at the ready as he faced Maximus. "Another Jedi," Maximus growled, his voice distorted through his helmet's vox. Maul bristled, seeing the Astartes' words as an insult, but quickly regained his composure. "My master has instructed me to inform you of someone you know," Maul said, keeping his lightsaber at the ready. "A metal giant like yourself. His name is Sebastian." Maximus paused, his hand still hovering near his bolt pistol. He stayed his weapon, focusing on the new threat. "What do you know of Sebastian?" he demanded, his tone cold. "Speak plainly. I'm in no mood for games." Maul shook his head slightly, a calculated move to keep control of the situation. "Not so fast," he said, trying to control the exchange. "I propose a trade. I need the Queen of Naboo, and you need the information I hold." His voice was steady, but the offer was clear: negotiate. Maximus hummed and thought before pulling his left hand away from his bolt pistol. Instead, his right hand reached for his combat knife, which was strapped to his right thigh. "I'll rip the information from your corpse instead," Maximus said darkly, gripping the massive blade in a reverse stance. Maul's eyes narrowed, realizing that negotiation was off the table. With a swift motion, he ignited his ruby-red blade, bringing it into both hands. From a distance, Kagan Jinn, still approaching on his EAP, gasped at the scene unfolding before him. He immediately began to dismount, but Raxor's hand shot out, stopping him. "Stay put," he commanded, his voice low but firm. "Watch." With that, he turned back to the fight, his pace deliberate as he walked forward to observe. "Let me see what you can do, abomination," Maximus taunted, his voice carrying through the storm. Maul lunged first, his lightsaber flashing as he aimed for Maximus. The Astartes sidestepped the strike with unnatural speed, knocking the blade away with a gauntlet hand. He backpedaled swiftly, avoiding a wild counterswipe. Maul shifted, bringing his blade around to strike at Maximus's head. But the Astartes was ready. He brought his right arm up in a defensive motion, catching the strike with his shoulder pauldron, the blade skidding off his armor. Maximus was surprised by Maul's speed and agility. He raised his right foot just in time to avoid a swipe from the Jedi's blade, his movements smooth and precise. Yet he remained calm, not yet retaliating, instead watching Maul's every move with the patience of centuries of combat experience. But then, a sudden shift occurred. Maul used the force to pull Maximus toward him, dragging the Astartes forward with unnatural speed. Maximus, though caught off guard, reacted quickly. He brought his combat knife up to intercept Maul's blade, but to his shock, the lightsaber sliced through the knife like it was nothing, cutting it in half with a single, effortless strike. Before Maximus could recover, Maul spun, igniting the second blade of his double-bladed lightsaber. In one fluid motion, he stabbed backward, the second red blade aimed straight for Maximus's midsection. The world seemed to freeze as the two figures stood still. "Interesting," Maximus's deep voice echoed, his tone steady. Just as Maul's lightsaber was about to pierce his stomach, Maximus's gauntlet hand shot out, seizing the blade and stopping it dead in its tracks. The heat from the blade turned his metal fingers red, but he held firm. With a swift shoulder check, Maximus sent Maul crashing to the ground, stepping back with deliberate calm. "I will admit, Jedi, you are well trained," Maximus said, his gaze shifting to Raxor, who was slowly approaching. Maul quickly sprang to his feet, whirling his lightsaber in a display of skill. He was ready for more. "Especially the way you use the warp," Maximus continued, waving his left hand to cool the searing metal of his gauntlet. With a growl, Maul lunged again, faster this time. But Maximus had seen enough. He caught Maul's lightsaber with his left forearm, the blow deflecting harmlessly off his reinforced armor. In a single motion, Maximus brought his right fist crashing down on Maul's exposed right arm with all his strength. The impact was brutal. Maul's lower arm was wrenched off completely at the elbow. The shock of pain forced him to turn to the right, but that was exactly what Maximus had been waiting for. With a swift motion, Maximus grabbed Maul by the chest and lifted him off the ground. He turned to his left, where Raxor now stood, his massive form closing in. In perfect synchronization, Raxor grabbed Maul by the hips, and with one vicious tug, the two Astartes ripped the Jedi apart, tearing him in half. The Jedi made no sound as he died, though it wouldn't have mattered if he had. The two Astartes casually discarded the halves of Maul's body before nodding to each other, and walking toward Kagan and the rest of the group. "Hold, brother," Maximus called to Raxor, who halted and turned to face the Ultramarine. Maximus knelt before dipping two of his fingers in the drying blood coming from the severed arm. He then removed his helmet without a word and placed his finger in his mouth before replaced his helmet. After a moment, memories surged through his mind. "This is an interesting galaxy," he said simply to his brother as he stood. Memories flooded Maximus's mind as he ingested the blood of his fallen foe. He saw himself in a dark corridor, standing before his master, who was accompanied by a towering metal giant. His hood obscured his face, preventing the red optics of the droid from identifying him. After a moment, his master turned and walked away, heading towards another room where he would soon meet with him. The memory shifted, and Maximus now found himself studying plans for the invasion of Naboo. As he looked over the schematics, a hooded figure approached him. Only the lower half of his face was visible. "Queen Amidala is essential to our plans. She must be captured and forced to sign the treaty," the figure said, gesturing toward the plans spread out before them. Maximus glanced up. "And the droid master?" A thin, knowing smile curled on the man's lips, revealing yellowed teeth. "I have learned much from him. He is no mere droid but a man in armor. You would do well to steer clear of him, for now," Sidious replied, his voice laced with mystery. The scene shifted again, and Maximus found himself aboard the Scimitar, descending toward the planet Tatooine. He watched as the ship's systems came online, followed by a flurry of memories detailing Maul's time on the planet. These were the most recent memories, vivid and clear. He hummed quietly to himself as he turned to Raxor, who had been silently observing him. Maximus gestured toward the arm, and without a word, Raxor dipped his fingers into the blood, ingesting it in the same ritual. "The ship is about a day's journey from here on foot. I assume it will only take you a few hours, though," Maximus said, his voice low but firm. He turned back to his brother. "Go to the Scimitar and take it for us. Bring it to the wreckage of the battle barge, and salvage what you can, including the weapon." Raxor gave a respectful nod. "Yes, brother. Will you return here once you are done with the Queen?" Maximus stood, his gaze unwavering. "Most likely not. By the time you reach the Scimitar, the repairs on the Nubian will likely be complete. We will connect the comms of both ships so we can stay in contact." Raxor stood as well, extending his right arm in a gesture of farewell. Maximus gripped it firmly, their bond evident in the gesture. "Emperor protect you, brother," the blueberry said, his tone sincere. Raxor gave a brief nod before turning and sprinting toward the Scimitar. Turning away from his brother, Maximus walked toward Kagan and the others, who wore expressions of shock and disbelief at the brutality they had just witnessed. Kagan dismounted his Eope and cautiously made his way toward the corpses still cooling in the scorching desert sand. He gently shifted the man's robes, revealing the hilt of the weapon he had wielded. After a moment of silent contemplation, Kagan stood with the lightsaber and turned, walking away from the body. He stopped beside Maximus, meeting his gaze. "The being you just killed," Kagan began, his voice heavy with thought, "was no Jedi, but something far worse. I'll need to speak to the Jedi Council about this when we reach Coruscant." Maximus raised an eyebrow, his voice curious. "A council of Jedi?" Kagan nodded, continuing to lead his mount forward. "A group of highly respected masters of the Jedi Order, all led by our Grand Master Yoda." Maximus walked beside him as he remounted, both men exchanging questions about their respective orders. Maximus sought to understand the various factions of this galaxy, while Kagan pressed for more information about the metal behemoths that had arrived on the planet. As they spoke, the Nubian came into view, and with it, a flood of new questions from the group that had stayed behind. Lyra scooped her daughter into her arms, the child animatedly recounting how she had seen Maximus tear bad man apart. She also mentioned meeting one of his brothers, this one, green in color. Lyra gave a typical, half-interested response of, "Oh wow. How nice," before her mind refocused on the gruesome sight her daughter had witnessed. She shot Maximus a glare that could freeze the very sun itself. Fortunately, Maximus' heart blazed with the light of the Emperor, whose brilliance burned brighter than 1,000 suns. Such glares had little effect on him. Obi-Wan emerged from the ship and approached his master, who briefly told him of the events that had transpired on their way to the Nubian. Obi-Wan looked at Maximus with newfound scrutiny, though not with approval. He had witnessed the brutality of the one in black armor, and now, seeing all three of these Astartes willing to tear a man apart in front of children, he couldn't help but be disturbed. They were undeniably brutal, but efficient, he had to admit. The fake queen approached Maximus, demanding to know what had happened. Maximus didn't even spare her a glance as he walked past her, his expression impassive. "Ask your handmaid," he said coldly, continuing on his path into the ship. Inside the ship, he turned and pointed at one of the men who was piloting the vessel. "Show me how to connect the comms of this ship to another," he ordered, standing beside the console. The pilot complied, explaining the ship's communication systems as he worked. Maximus listened closely, absorbing the details with a growing understanding. While his mind was sharp and focused on the broader strategic elements of his mission, memories of Sith training and tactics now flooding his mind, he found the finer details of ship operation to be more obscure, though still important. He needed only a basic grasp of how to operate the comms, enough to teach Raxor how to establish a link through the Vox. After a while, the Vox crackled to life with Raxor's voice, confirming that he had reached the scimitar. The Salamander seemed impressed by the craftsmanship of the vessel, though he noted a few glaring issues. The sheer lack of weapons aboard stood out to him, as did the absence of the Imperial Aquila on most of the ship's panels. He made a mental note of these discrepancies, but pushed them aside for the moment. Maximus walked Raxor through the process of connecting the two ships via the comms, and after what felt like an hour of careful work, the connection was finally established. They were ready to depart. "We'll be back, brother," Maximus said over the Vox. "And I'll have Brother Sebastian with me." "I look forward to it," Raxor replied. "I'll meet you on the planet Naboo." With that, he cut the connection. Maximus stood and exited the ship, stepping onto the hot sands below. He gazed across the makeshift repair crew, small droids working tirelessly to get the Nubian back into shape. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Anakin, the young boy, sprinted past him, shouting, "The ship's ready!" Finally, they could leave this Emperor-forsaken planet behind. For now, at least. Obi-Wan. As Obi-Wan and Kagan sat in the cabin of the ship, they stole glances at Maximus, who had once again chosen to kneel, as no seat aboard the vessel was large enough to accommodate his imposing form. The two Jedi had discussed the events that transpired on Tatooine, but now they simply watched the towering Astartes in silence, both feeling a sense of unease. "Master, Obi-Wan began, but his words were cut off by a strange sensation that washed over him as the ship left Tatooine's orbit. He turned his gaze toward one of the walls, feeling something tugging at him from outside the ship's confines. It wasn't the Force, but something else. Something chaotic. It felt dark, yet powerful, pulling him in with whispers of unimaginable power, coaxing him to give in, to embrace it. Obi-Wan shut his eyes, trying to push the sensation away. The chaotic presence pressed against his mind, but before it could take root, something else intervened, something he recognized well. The Force. It surged through him, burning away the dark presence with its purifying light. Obi-Wan inhaled sharply, as if he had forgotten to breathe for a moment, his body trembling as the chaotic whispers faded. "Obi-Wan?" Qui-Gon's voice broke through the haze, his tone laced with concern. He reached out, shaking his apprentice gently. Obi-Wan opened his eyes slowly, dazed. He tried to speak but couldn't form the words. His vision swam, and then his eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed to the floor. "Obi-Wan!" Qui-Gon exclaimed, rushing to his side. He called his name repeatedly, shaking him, but Obi-Wan remained unresponsive. Maximus, kneeling in his corner, glanced over with mild disinterest, choosing not to involve himself in the situation for the time being. Qui-Gon quickly checked Obi-Wan's vital signs, finding nothing out of the ordinary. There was no immediate danger, no sign of injury or illness. But still, the Jedi Master's expression remained troubled. With a soft grunt, Qui-Gon lifted Obi-Wan's limp body and carried him to one of the beds in the rear of the ship, still muttering his name under his breath as he did. The journey to Coruscant was interesting, to say the least. Once the Nubian had left Tatooine's orbit, it seemed to slow for a moment before rapidly picking up speed. Maximus watched as the stars began to stretch before him. He swore quietly, his mind briefly flashing with the terrifying thought that they were about to enter the warp with no protection from its corruption. But as he looked out of the front of the ship, his eyes widened. He slowly stood and walked toward the cockpit, kneeling at the doorway before removing his helmet. "By the throne," he whispered, staring at the view before him. The stars danced before his eyes, a sight that left him breathless. Padme, who had been speaking with Captain Panica in the cockpit, turned to him, her curiosity piqued. "Never been in hyperspace before?" she asked. Maximus shook his head, his gaze fixed on the endless stream of stars as his mind raced with the possibilities this could open for the Imperium. You're seeing the jump to hyperspace. It's what makes space travel so fast," the pilot explained, glancing back at Maximus. "Normally, you'd be stuck flying at sublight speeds, which would take ages to get anywhere. But in hyperspace, we break through to a separate dimension where the normal laws of space don't apply." Padme watched Maximus closely, her curiosity growing. "You come from another galaxy. You don't have hyperspace travel?" she asked skeptically. "No," Maximus replied simply, his gaze still distant. "We travel through the warp." "The warp?" Padme repeated, a shudder inexplicably running down her spine at the mention of it. Maximus' eyes darkened as they met hers. There was a depth of loathing in them that sent an icy chill through her. "The warp is—" He paused, his voice turning grim. "Hell," he said simply. He glanced back toward the stars outside the ship. "It's filled with evils, demons, and worse. A place where the laws of reality break down. Time, space, none of it works the way it does here." Padme's chest tightened as she absorbed his words, but driven by her thirst for knowledge, she pressed on. "What kind of evils live in a place like that?" she asked before she could stop herself. The question hung in the air like a poison, and Maximus' posture stiffened. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of breathing, the tension thick between them. Then, with a cold, steady voice, he spoke, his words devoid of emotion but heavy with warning. "Do not speak of them," he said, his eyes burning with an intensity that left Padme's heart hammering in her chest. "You know nothing of what you speak. Never ask such things again. Do you understand?" Padme nodded, a chill spreading through her as she met his gaze. Maximus turned his attention back to the stars. "We do not speak of them, for they are forbidden," he said simply before saying nothing more. Obi-Wan. As they entered Coruscant's orbit, Obi-Wan suddenly shot up from the bed he had been placed in, holding his head with his left hand. He let out a soft moan as a chaotic energy began to creep into his body, only to be pushed back by the Force once more. He looked up at his master, Kagan, who watched him curiously. "Tell me what ails you?" Kagan asked, moving his chair closer. I'm not sure, Master. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. It's chaotic and malevolent. But just as it seeks to take hold, the Force purges it. Obi-Wan replied, shifting to dangle his legs off the side of the bed. Kagan bowed his head in deep contemplation before looking back up at his apprentice. "We must seek the Jedi councils on this matter. Perhaps they can help us." He turned towards the door. "Come, we're about to land." Obi-Wan rubbed his face again, then looked at his hands. Shaking his head, he stood and walked into the main room, where Kagan, Padme, the Queen, Nira, and the rest stood, ready to depart as soon as the ship landed. Maximus, still kneeling, placed his helmet on his head. Moments later, the ship touched down. The pilot led the way, opening the ramp and bowing as he stepped to the side. The Queen, followed by Padme, Anakin, Lyra, Nira, and the rest of the entourage, descended the ramp to the waiting group below. "Your Majesty!" Senator Palpatine called, walking forward and taking the Queen's hand. I don't know what to say. I'm just so glad you're safe." He met her gaze before adding, "May I introduce you to Supreme Chancellor Valorum?" A man stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you." The Queen nodded politely before her eyes shifted to Maximus, who descended the ramp, his massive frame causing the metal to creak under his weight. His gaze swept over the surroundings before settling on the city itself. "A hive world," he muttered disdainfully. His attention, however, seemed to remain fixed on something else as he looked away. "Brother Sebastian, can you hear me?" Maximus asked, speaking through his vox. There was a pause, then a deep voice came through. "It is good to hear your voice, Brother Maximus. I have much to speak to you about." "Indeed. We must meet, and soon." "Where are you?" Maximus asked. "Patience, brother. I've made a new contract here. He will contact you shortly and bring me to you." "I'm in hiding of sorts," Sebastian replied. "You hiding?" Maximus asked incredulously. A deep chuckle came through the vox. "It's a long story. We'll speak again soon, brother. Until then, may the Emperor protect you." The vox went silent, and Maximus returned his attention to Valorum, who had clearly been ignored. He seemed offended, but Maximus showed no sign of concern. "This is Senator Palpatine and Supreme Chancellor Valorum," the Queen introduced. Maximus simply nodded in acknowledgement, clearly uninterested. Valorum, now visibly irritated, cleared his throat. "I hope the rest of your entourage isn't as disrespectful as this brute," he muttered, turning to the Queen. "Please forgive him, Chancellor," the Queen said, offering an apologetic smile. "He's not accustomed to our ways." Valorum grumbled but let the matter go. He turned his attention back to the Queen. "I'm thrilled you're here and safe. Though I must say, I'm disappointed in the Senate's reaction to the blockade of your planet," he said as they began walking toward one of the ships on the platform. "Well, you have been one of our greatest advocates and allies. I thank you for your support during this trying time," Salbe said, playing the role of the Queen. "Indeed," Valorum agreed, though his eyes kept flicking to Maximus, who followed behind them. After a moment, the Chancellor gestured toward the giant. "I'm honestly not sure your friend here can come with us on the same ship. Perhaps he should wait for another?" The group glanced at Maximus, noting his heavy armor, and quickly realized the Supreme Chancellor had a point. Kagan, however, stepped forward and addressed Maximus. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'd like to offer you the chance to speak with the Jedi Council about what happened on Tatooine. I think this would be a good opportunity for us to better understand one another, Kagan said, adopting a diplomatic tone. Master! Obi-Wan exclaimed, his surprise evident. Kagan turned and gestured for his apprentice to be silent. Then, he returned his attention to Maximus. The Astartes regarded them both silently before speaking. While it's true we have not seen eye to eye, I believe it would be interesting to meet these Jedi you speak of. But it will have to be at a later time. I wish to find my brother first, Maximus said, easing Obi-Wan's concerns. Kagan nodded in understanding. He and Obi-Wan turned to walk toward another shuttle that had arrived. Master, what was your reasoning behind your offer? Obi-Wan asked, still unsettled by the exchange. Ah, my young apprentice, Kagan said as they continued walking. You've seen the temperament of these Astartes. The Black Templar, the one who slaughtered our brothers and sisters at the temple, would never have spoken with us. But the others were willing to engage diplomatically, if there were no aliens present. That's all I'll say for now. Let's discuss it further once we meet with the council. They watched as Anakin boarded the shuttle with Padme and her guards, offering him a reassuring nod. The young boy returned the gesture before sitting down next to Padme, striking up a conversation with her and Nira. Maximus, still waiting for his own shuttle, stood on the platform as the two Jedi departed for the temple with his arms folded, gazing at the city. Kagan, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's ship landed at the entrance of the Jedi temple. The two quickly disembarked, walking up the steps, where stains of blood and oil still marred the surface. The damage to the temple was far from repaired. Large holes in the ground and bloodstains on some of the pillars were a sobering sight as they made their way inside. The atmosphere was heavy as they walked toward the elevator, which would take them to the council chamber. The ride was silent, and when the doors opened, they were met by the solemn stares of the Jedi Council. 11 members were seated, their expressions grim. On the left side of the room, an empty seat stood as a stark reminder of the recent tragedy. Returned you have, Master Yoda said, his voice quiet but firm. His gaze fell upon Kagan. We have, Master. Though I wish we returned with better news, Kagan replied, stepping forward to stand in the center of the room. I bring troubling news regarding the attack on the temple, he began. What we initially thought to be a droid was, in fact, a super soldier from another galaxy, a warrior known as a Black Templar. Before he could continue, Mace Windu leaned forward in his seat, a new mechanical arm gleaming in the light. His left cheek was marred by stitches that traveled down his neck, disappearing into his shirt. He gently stroked the wound as he spoke. How do you know this information? Mace asked, his tone direct and unyielding. Kagan bowed his head in acknowledgement before continuing. As you all know, my apprentice and I traveled to Naboo to negotiate its freedom from the blockade. We were ambushed and forced to flee the fleet, landing on the planet. We expected the capital city of Theed to be under lockdown. Instead, we found it still free, against all odds. He gestured, and a hologram of the city appeared. I thought Theed had no active military force. One of the masters remarked. You're correct. The city has no army, at least it didn't. Until. Kagan paused as the image shifted, revealing another figure. Impossible. One of the masters gasped in disbelief. Another one? Ki-Adi-Mundi murmured as he studied the image of a towering figure in blue and gold armor. This is Maximus of the Ultramarines. Kagan explained. He single-handedly defended the city of Theed from all incursions. Before we left, I managed to acquire footage of his battles that I'd like to show the council, with your permission, Grand Master. Kagan turned to Yoda, who gave a solemn nod. The hologram sprang to life. The council watched, astonished, as they saw Maximus effortlessly tear through tanks with his bare hands, his sheer power defying belief. He was thrown into a building, which collapsed on top of him. Moments later, he emerged from the rubble, ready to continue his fight. So, Mace Windu spoke, his voice tinged with both awe and frustration as he watched the footage. They can be hurt. Yoda's voice cut through the tension. Calm yourself, Mace. Clouded your mind is. Too close to this you are. Mace lowered his head in submission, but his eyes still flickered with barely contained anger. When we first encountered Maximus, Kagan continued, we initially attacked him, given the recent events at the temple. But he easily disarmed us, taking control of the situation. Afterward, he seemed wary of us, but when he encountered this being, Kagan shifted the hologram to show an image of Jar Jar Binks. His wariness turned to outright hostility. I believe Maximus and his brothers belong to a faction with xenophobic beliefs, which would explain the Black Templars' animosity towards non-human Jedi. The room fell into heavy silence. Plo Koon was the first to break it. You mentioned brothers. Are there more of them? He asked, his voice calm but probing. Kagan shifted the hologram once more to reveal another Astartes, this one clad in green and black armor. Yes. This is Raxor of the Salamanders. Kagan explained. The Ultramarine Maximus accompanied us with the Queen to the world of. He was abruptly cut off as Mace Windu slammed his metal hand down onto the armrest of his chair, denting it. What do you mean, accompanied you? Mace demanded, his voice rising with indignation. You mean to tell me you willingly traveled with this man? Yoda's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Enough, Mace. Removed from this meeting. If this continues, you will be. Mace's anger flared, but Yoda's authority quickly quelled it. The Jedi Master sat back, breathing deeply. Master Yoda, you cannot ignore this matter, Mace said, his tone quieter now but still laced with frustration. Yoda's gaze was steady. Enough, I have said. Clouded your mind, this situation has. Kagan took a steadying breath, then stepped forward again. As I was saying, the Astartes are involved in a conflict far greater than they realize. There are 3 more topics regarding these warriors that we must discuss, but I understand if this is too much to process for now. Continue, you will. Interrupted, you will not be. Yoda said, his eyes sweeping across the council chamber before he nodded to Kagan to continue. Thank you, Grand Master. Kagan replied, offering a respectful bow. The Astartes accompanied the Queen, and she would go nowhere without him. He saved her city, and she feels an enormous debt of gratitude towards him. She insisted on bringing him with us when we left Naboo, though the ship was damaged as we exited the planet's orbit, forcing us to make an unscheduled detour to this planet. Kagan flicked a switch, and the hologram shifted to show the barren world of Tatooine. For the next hour, Kagan recounted the events on Tatooine. He explained how he had met Anakin Skywalker, how he had come to believe that the boy was the chosen one foretold by prophecy. He also described the crash of the Astartes ship on Tatooine, and how Maximus had claimed that their weapons could end wars on their own. A quiet murmur passed through the council as the story unfolded, and Qui-Gon's voice grew heavier as he described the final confrontation. He activated the hologram once more, showing the brutal killing of what he believed to be the Sith by Maximus. A vicious and overwhelming display of power that left the room filled with a palpable unease. Many of the Jedi turned their heads, uncomfortable with the raw violence they had just witnessed. Such power! It's unimaginable, Mace Windu muttered, his voice strained. After a long pause, Kagan continued. He brought forth the lightsaber he had taken from the Sith's corpse, and showed it to the council. The weapon hummed faintly, its red blade a chilling reminder of the darkness they had just seen. Impossible, Kiadimundi said, staring at the weapon in disbelief. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium. Kagan met the gaze of the council, his expression unyielding. Clearly not, he replied softly. He then recounted how Obi-Wan had been feeling ill ever since leaving Tatooine, his condition worsening as they traveled. Turning to his apprentice, Kagan gestured for Obi-Wan to explain what had transpired. Obi-Wan stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. When we left Tatooine, I began to feel strange. I feel as though something is watching me through this chaotic power. His voice faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. There's a presence, something ancient, something dark. Yoda's eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head slightly. Troubling this is, he said softly, his tone filled with concern. A darkness, you say? A shadow over you, it feels. Obi-Wan nodded, his gaze distant. Yes, Master. It's as if something is calling to me, pulling at my mind. The council exchanged uneasy glances. A connection to the dark side. Mace Windu mused, his tone grave as his hand went unnoticed as it went to the hilt of his newly crafted lightsaber. Kagan frowned, clearly troubled by the implications. The Astartes, the Sith. There's a web of forces at play here, and I fear we have only begun to uncover its depths. Master Plo Koon leaned forward, his voice calm yet resolute. What are we to do, then? If the Sith are returning, and these Astartes are involved, our time to act may be running out. Kagan exchanged a look with Obi-Wan, both sharing the same foreboding sense of urgency. We must continue our investigation. The Sith may not be extinct, but they are not the only threat. The Astartes and their mysterious origins, the conflict brewing around them, these are all pieces of a puzzle that must be solved. And the boy, Anakin Skywalker, I believe he may be key. Yoda nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Kagan. Keep to the path, you must. Caution, you must exercise. Dangerous, this path is. Obi-Wan stood silently, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the troubling developments. The council had much to consider, but one thing was clear: the galaxy was teetering on the edge of something far greater than they had anticipated. Maximus' heavy footsteps rang out across the red and orange marble floor as he strode into the penthouse where Queen Amidala was staying on Coruscant. His purity seals fluttered slightly with each step, a testament to his devotion to the Emperor, but his progress was quickly halted by a group of guards blocking the doorway. His red optics scanned each of their faces, the silence stretching on uncomfortably. Finally, he spoke, his voice low but commanding. Get out of my way. One of the guards stepped forward, voice calm yet firm. You cannot go unarmed, sir. Please leave your weapons out here with us. Maximus' gaze never wavered. No. Then I'm afraid you cannot enter. The guard replied, his tone still polite but unwavering. Maximus' voice hardened, his patience wearing thin. What you should be afraid of is me, if you don't move. The guard, now feeling the weight of the situation, responded. I'm sorry, sir. Rules are rules. For a long moment, the two stood in tense silence, but the guards refused to budge. Maximus' optics flared with anger, and before any of them could react, he raised his hand, seizing the man by the collar and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The others scrambled back, some shouting for help as he tossed the man through the doors, breaking them off their hinges. The guard crumpled to the floor unconscious. Your guards are incompetent fools. Maximus growled, stepping over the fallen body as he entered the room where Queen Amidala, Padme, Palpatine, and the rest of the group were sitting. Inside, Queen Amidala was sitting in a chair, her face a picture of shock and surprise at the unexpected intrusion. The sound of a few guards shouting in protest echoed from the hallway. Maximus! The Queen exclaimed, standing quickly. You can't just. I can do as I please. The towering Astartes interrupted, his voice full of barely contained anger. I am an Ultramarine, one of the Emperor's finest, and I will not be disrespected by mere mortal men. The Queen was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening and closing, as if struggling to process the force of his words before she sat back down. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier with the tension. Maximus walked to stand off to the side, folding his arms across his chest. His red optics scanned the room, a look of quiet contempt in his gaze. His eyes lingered on Jar Jar for a moment, the sight of the Gungans' oversized ears making him imagine, just for a moment, what it would be like to rip them off with his bare hands. Palpatine, on the other hand, recovered more quickly. He glanced at the fallen guard, his expression one of mild irritation, and activated a calm link. "Please have this mess cleaned up," he muttered, speaking into the device. He then turned back to Maximus. "You must be Lieutenant Maximus," Palpatine said with a polite nod. "Queen Amidala speaks very highly of you. I look forward to speaking with you after this." Maximus merely nodded in response, his attention still fixed on the room's occupants. Palpatine cleared his throat before continuing. "Your Majesty, I must be frank with you. The Senate is filled with political corruption. The Trade Federation's actions are but one example of the rot that has taken hold. But resolving this in the current climate will be difficult. It's clear the Republic has failed us. The Senate has not acted. The Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo has continued unchecked." Palpatine's eyes narrowed at her words before he began pacing slowly. "The Senate is a bureaucratic nightmare. Too many interests pulling in different directions, too many divisions, too much diplomacy. It's far too slow to respond to a threat as immediate as this one. I fear that no resolution can come swiftly through normal channels." The Queen, still processing the situation, turned back to Palpatine. "Then what do you recommend?" Palpatine looked at her for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. He then nodded slightly, as if making a decision. "We could pursue legal action through the courts, but that would take far too long. The courts are notoriously slow. The Senate is compromised. The only real option left is to take the fight to the Trade Federation directly, but that would require a level of commitment most senators aren't willing to make." He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. "Our best choice would be to push for the election of a stronger Supreme Chancellor." "You could push for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, Your Majesty," Palpatine said. Queen Amidala looked down, her eyes narrowing slightly in thought. She had been hearing this for days now, words of empty promises and bureaucratic wrangling. But Palpatine's voice carried a different weight, and part of her couldn't ignore the quiet truth in his words. Even Maximus, standing like a stone sentinel in the corner, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Maximus, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, his deep voice resonating like a thunderclap in the chamber. "Your republic is already torn apart. Look at this farce of a Senate, too weak, too divided to take decisive action. If you want to free your people, you must be prepared to make a difficult choice." Palpatine glanced at Maximus with a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with quiet approval. "Indeed, Lieutenant. Sometimes, true leadership requires sacrifice." His gaze shifted back to the Queen, his expression softening slightly. "I understand your concerns, Your Highness. But we are at war, in all but name. And I believe the time for diplomacy has passed unless another Supreme Chancellor is elected." The Queen's gaze flickered between the two men, weighing their words. For a long moment, she said nothing. The silence was thick with the weight of decisions yet to be made. Then, her voice, though steady, carried a quiet resolve. "I will not be the one to start a war, Senator. But I will not stand idly by while my people suffer. If the Senate will not act, I will find another way." Palpatine nodded slowly, his lips curling into a subtle smile. "I believe that, Your Majesty. And I will support you, however you choose to proceed." The Queen took a deep breath, her mind made up. "Very well. I will proceed with your plan, Senator. I will call for the vote of no confidence." Palpatine inclined his head in acknowledgement. The Queen stood, her decision made, but her resolve steeled by the weight of the unknown. She was no longer just a queen fighting for her people. She was about to become a key player in a much larger game. With those words, Palpatine turned and walked from the room, leaving Queen Amidala and her closest confidants behind. Maximus, having witnessed the entire conversation, scoffed quietly to himself. His heavy footsteps reverberated across the room as he walked forward from his corner, each step shaking the floor beneath him. His towering form cast a shadow over the Queen and her aides. Padme turned to him, brow furrowed. her eyes questioning as he drew near. "You are a foolish woman for putting your faith in the Senate," Maximus said, his voice cold and unyielding. Padme's expression tightened with scorn. "And what exactly would you have me do, Maximus? What other options do I have?" Maximus took a step closer, his imposing figure looming over her. "You can wait for the Senate to decide your planet's fate," he said, his voice steady and harsh. "Or you can take control and decide it on your own." She hesitated, looking down at her hands as if the answer could somehow be found there. The weight of her responsibility was suffocating, and for a moment, the enormity of her position seemed to close in around her. "It's so much," she whispered, her voice small. Maximus moved closer still, his massive form now kneeling before her. He removed his helmet with a swift motion, revealing his piercing gaze, focused entirely on her. "Let me offer you a second option," he said, his voice low but commanding. "I have burned hundreds of worlds to ash. I have fought countless wars. I have slain thousands with my bare hands. One army of automata is nothing to my brothers and I. We have a weapon. A weapon I will personally use to cleanse your world of the filth that dares to desecrate it. But I ask for one thing in return." Padme looked at him, breathless, uncertainty flickering across her face. "Ask, when the time comes, and the Imperium of Man brings the Emperor's light to this galaxy, you will leave this corrupt republic behind. You will have the honor of becoming the first Imperial world." The silence that followed was thick and suffocating. Padme's face went pale as the weight of his words settled in her mind. "Leave the Republic?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze distant as she tried to process the enormity of the choice. "Look at me," Maximus commanded, his tone unwavering. Padme met his gaze, and for a long moment she couldn't look away. His eyes were intense, filled with the cold certainty of a warrior who had seen the depths of war and come back unscathed. His presence was overwhelming, almost suffocating. "Look into my eyes," he repeated. She complied, her breath shallow as she took in the sight of the Astartes before her, his sheer size, his strength, and the unmistakable aura of death that clung to him. His gaze never wavered. "What do you see?" he asked, his voice quieter now, but no less forceful. "A monster," she said, almost breathlessly. The words seemed to hang in the air, filled with a mixture of fear and awe. She had never seen anything like him. He was a force of nature, a being beyond the scope of what she had ever imagined. She had watched him rip through her enemies without a second thought. Seen him rip a man in half to protect her and the other. "A monster," Maximus repeated, his voice now cold but unyielding. "A monster who would defend your planet. And once you join the Imperium, there will be hundreds more like me to guard you." Padme's heart pounded as the weight of his words sank in. Her resolve, once firm in her dedication to the Republic, now wavered under the threat of total destruction and the promise of a new, dark future. Could she really leave the Republic behind? Could she abandon everything she had fought for? Maximus stood up slowly, his towering form filling the room. He placed his helmet back on, the familiar, cold expression of his power returned. He didn't need to say anything more. His presence, the promise of his strength, was enough. The choice was now hers. Elsewhere in the galaxy, on the world of Naboo, space shifted suddenly, much like the first time Maximus had arrived, as if something, or someone, had been forcefully expelled. A creature emerged, its horns rising toward the sky as it clacked in excitement. Its skin was a pale purple, and it wore tattered gold and blue armor. In its taloned fingers, it gripped a long sword, while its left hand held a round shield. With a triumphant screech, it spread its arms wide before pulling a crystal from the folds of its ragged armor. Dropping its sword and shield, it raised the crystal above its head and, in one swift motion, drove it deep into its chest. The crystal pierced its flesh, causing the creature to convulse as it was lifted off the ground by an unseen force. It screamed in agony before being sucked into the crystal, its bones breaking and flesh tearing as though drawn through a tiny opening. The crystal exploded into a swirling portal, a black void stretching beyond it. The figure that emerged from the portal was a towering presence, over 8 feet tall, with a commanding stature that seemed to dwarf everything around him. His armor was a fusion of regal white, deep green, and shining gold. It was a seamless blend of practicality and arcane elegance. Plated with ornate engravings, runes pulsed faintly along the edges, hinting at powerful enchantments woven into the metal. Long flowing pauldrons curved dramatically over his broad shoulders, along with a chest plate that shimmered with mystical energy. In his hand, he gripped a sword unlike any ordinary blade. The weapon was massive, forged from a dark, almost black metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The hilt was jagged, and the blade itself looked almost corrupted, its edges serrated, with an ominous, gnarly curvature. It gave off an unsettling aura, as though the sword was forged in some forsaken forge, imbued with dark magic that whispered of destruction. Every movement of the towering figure exuded a sense of immense power and silent authority, his mere presence sending a chill through the air. The man hummed to himself as he looked across the disgusting world he had arrived on. "Finally, my ascension begins," he stated coldly. Kareth, the void was silent, as it always was, silent, vast, and cold. But within that stillness, within the unbroken expanse of stars and darkness, he was not alone. Kareth, once a nameless aspirant from a forgotten world, stood before the mighty altar of Tsench, a simple figure bathed in the shifting glow of the warp. His armor, adorned with shifting sigils and runes that danced like flickering flames, pulsed with arcane energy. His hand rested lightly on the edge of the black stone that formed the altar's surface, feeling the vibrations of the warp. The sky above him was filled with strange constellations, stars that seemed to whisper secrets, shifting as if alive. His mind, honed by years of service to the Changer of Ways, sought the deeper currents of reality, reaching out toward the form of his god. His breath quickened as he felt the presence, vast and eternal, like an infinite maze of possibilities, Tsench, ever-changing, ever-guiding. "Kareth," the voice spoke, not with sound, but with thought, with understanding. It slithered into his mind, threading itself around his consciousness. It was 1,000 voices, 1,000 whispers, yet all one. The voice was as warm as the fire, and as cold as the night. "You have come far, my servant. But your path is not yet complete. You have claimed the gifts of the warp, you have bent the fate of many to your will, and you have conquered the minds of men, but your true test awaits." A shudder ran through Kareth's armored frame, his breath halting in his chest. The anticipation gnawed at him. He had proven himself. He had murdered, manipulated, and twisted his way across countless worlds. He had brought cities to ruin with little more than a thought, crushed entire armies beneath the weight of his sorceries. But this felt different. "My lord," Kareth spoke, his voice rasping beneath his helmet. "I serve. I shall bring more to the fold. I—" "No," Tsench interrupted, the voice growing more layered, more convoluted, as if 1,000 paths converged in the space of a heartbeat. "You will do more than that, Kareth. You will reshape this galaxy. Alone." The words hit like a hammer. Alone? The thought clawed at his mind. His gaze flickered to the endless, star-filled sky, and he felt something shift within him, a flicker of doubt, quickly crushed. The thought was fleeting, but potent. "Alone?" he whispered, barely daring to believe what he was hearing. "How?" "Through change. Through subtlety, through destruction. You will weave a web of influence across the stars, a path that no one can follow, a fate so entwined with the future of that galaxy that it will be impossible to undo." The voice swirled around him, becoming a kaleidoscope of thoughts and visions. "I have gifted you with the power to bend reality to your will. Your every step will leave ripples that alter the course of history. Your name will become a shadow that consumes entire empires. I shall give you my blessing, 2 others will follow your every command, but you will lead them, not as their master, but as their herald." The fabric of the universe seemed to stretch, twisting and bending in impossible ways. Kareth felt the weight of his god's power coursing through him. His thoughts raced as the sheer magnitude of the task began to sink in. An entire galaxy, just waiting for him. How will I know which path to take? He asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of awe and dread. How will I know where to strike? Sench's voice coiled through his mind like a serpent. You will feel it, Kareth. I will guide you in ways you cannot yet comprehend. The change is already set in motion. You will be the spark, the catalyst. Follow the signs, the shifting winds of the warp, and the future will unfold before you. Find the one known as Sidious, and teach him of true power. You are the architect of this age's destruction, the harbinger of its rebirth. The galaxy will bend to your will. You will conquer it through the thousands of little actions, the whispered commands, and the subtle manipulation of its fate. Kareth's heart pounded in his chest. His every muscle tensed. The weight of his god's command threatened to crush him, but within that weight he felt a spark of something else, a seething hunger. A yearning. For power. For dominance. For the throne of this new galaxy itself. I will not fail you, my lord. He swore, the words tearing free from his lips. You already know this, Kareth. Sench's voice hummed, his power wrapping around the marine like a warm, cold, suffocating, freeing embrace. You have already succeeded. The vision of Kareth's future swelled before his eyes. He saw himself, not as a mere servant, but as a new demon prince, ruling over countless worlds, bending their rulers to his will. He saw empires rise and fall before him, their fates determined by his hand. And through it all, Sench's eyes watched, silently approving yet mocking. With a violent lurch, Kareth returned to himself. His heart thundered in his chest, and his every instinct screamed for action. He was no longer a mere pawn. He was the instrument of change. He would carve his name across the stars, and no force, no matter how great, would stand in his way. He turned from the altar, his armor glowing with the light of the warp. His eyes, hidden beneath the depths of his helm, shone with fierce determination. The path ahead was not clear, but that was the very nature of the path laid out for him. Uncertain, twisting, ever-changing. And it would lead to the galaxy's destruction, and to his ascension. To the stars, he whispered. I shall ascend. Kareth's booted feet crunched against the soft, damp earth, the sound sharp in the eerie quiet that surrounded them. The air was thick with the scent of wet foliage, unfamiliar to him, rank with the smell of life that twisted and thrived in every corner of this vibrant world. It was a world brimming with green, lush, suffocating, alive, but to Kareth, it was nothing more than a festering wound. A mockery of the desolation he had been raised in, and of the universe that had been his crucible. The portal closed with a soft, final whisper behind them, and the 3 Chaos Space Marines stood in silence. Kareth, the first to emerge, was a hulking silhouette in his war-torn power armor, his face hidden behind a mask of pulsing runes and shifting colors. His 2 companions were identical in form, silent warriors, each clad in the same blue and gold, shifting armor of Sench's chosen. They had no names, no identities beyond their service. Yet they stood with a quiet confidence, radiating the promise of destruction. Just 3 of us, Kareth muttered aloud, his voice distant, calculating. To take over this galaxy and present it as a gift to our God. The words felt strange, like a hollow proclamation echoing in an empty room. And yet they held weight. Sench had spoken to him directly, whispered promises of glory and power through the warp. This was but the beginning, a single footstep onto the vast and uncharted soil of a new universe. His task was clear. The gift of a galaxy could only be given through the unraveling of its worlds, the breaking of its spirit. His gaze turned upward, taking in the sky above, a bright expanse with a sun that hung low, casting an unnatural light over the land. Everything here felt wrong. Yet Kareth knew there was power to be harnessed in this strange new universe. The galaxy was ripe for change. It needed change. And he was the instrument to bring it. We will go to the nearest city. Kareth spoke again, this time with a colder edge. His voice was as sharp as the blade sheath at his side. and we will take it by force. Kill them all except for their leader. He drew the sword slowly from his left hip, the weapon glowing faintly with the sorcerous energies that flowed through his veins. The edge seemed to hum with anticipation, the blade a part of him, an extension of his will. His companions, his silent acolytes, responded only with movement, stepping into formation behind him, their footfalls heavy but purposeful. They were loyal. They were tools of destruction. Nothing more. Kareth turned on his heel and began marching forward, cutting through the dense underbrush. His mind raced. He could feel it, the warp resonating in this place, though the feeling was weak. The galaxy was not as it appeared. His thoughts stretched out like fingers, searching for signs of psychic energy, hints of power. But there was nothing. It was as if this world, this universe, had not yet been touched by the true power of the warp. It felt innocent, weak. The distant hum of life, of civilization, reached his ears after hours of walking. The faintest ripple of mortal activity, buzzing beneath the thick canopy of trees. It was a settlement, a city of some sort. Perfect. Karetha's lips curled into a smile beneath his helmet. The first step. The city would fall in a matter of hours, a perfect crucible to test his new strength. It would be a warning to all who lived in this universe. There were no more sanctuaries and there would be no more mercy. As they neared the city, the air grew colder. Shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, pooling at the edges of buildings like a slow-moving tide. The streets were lined with crude, cobbled stone and unfamiliar banners fluttered weakly in the breeze. Life pulsed here, unaware of the slaughter that approached. "We are the storm," Kareth muttered under his breath. As they entered the city, he could feel the faint tremors of psychic energy rippling beneath the surface. But it was weak. The people here had no knowledge of what truly waited for them. Kareth would be the hammer to break their world in two. He raised his sword, its blade wreathed in fiery, eldritch light. The first civilian to see them froze, eyes wide with terror. The man, dressed in simple cloth, stood paralyzed as Karetha's gaze locked onto him. "Run," Kareth whispered to the man. The human didn't need further instruction. He screamed and bolted, but Kareth was faster. With a single motion, the blade slashed forward, tearing through the air. The sword's edge cut through the man with a crackling sound, cleaving his body in half as though he were nothing but paper. The man's scream gurgled as he collapsed into a heap, his blood splattering across the cobblestones. Without hesitation, Kareth turned, gesturing to his two companions. "Burn it all," he commanded before letting loose a torrent of crackling warp energy into the people and buildings in front of him. The lightning ripped through everything, incinerating those it touched. The two figures stepped forward without question, their weapons raised. One unleashed a blast of raw warp energy, the air around it crackling with unstable energy before the bolt exploded in a flash, reducing a nearby house to ash in an instant. The second let out a torrent of flames, its burst of fire licking up the streets, consuming everything in its path. The city was in chaos. Screams echoed from every corner as people ran in all directions, desperate for escape. But it was too late. They were caught. Kareth could already feel the shifting tides of fate, the warp stirring in ways that were almost palpable. Every scream, every dying breath fed the power he had been granted. "This is only the beginning," Kareth said, his voice cold and distant. "The galaxy will fall, one planet at a time. And when it is broken, we will rebuild it in Sencha's image." Maximus. Standing to the side as the delegation from Naboo debated their next course of action, Maximus watched silently. The large double doors at the far end of the room opened with a heavy creak, and the unmistakable sound of armored footsteps echoed across the marble floor. The room fell silent, every gaze turning toward the new arrival. A massive figure strode forward, clad in black and white power armor, the design familiar yet imposing. Maximus straightened instinctively, his posture firm and unyielding. He crossed the room without a word, his heavy boots clicking sharply against the floor. When he reached the Astartes, he did not hesitate, gripping the other warrior's forearm in a firm clasp, a greeting both ancient and respected. A loud crack of power armor resonated as their forearms locked. "It is good to see you, brother," Maximus said, his voice low but full of relief. "I feared the worst when we were lost in the warp." Sebastian, the towering figure before him, let out a low rumble of approval. "Emperor be praised," he said over their private Vox channel. "I kicked up quite a fuss when I awoke, but I found help in the most unlikely of places." Maximus raised a brow, his expression turning serious. "Elaborate." "I'm not sure of everything that's transpired, but there was a man named Sidious who helped me. He claims to be working to purge the corruption from the Senate that runs this world." Sebastian paused, then added with a hint of suspicion, "But I'm not entirely sure how much we can trust him." Maximus hummed thoughtfully. "Sidious?" Maximus repeated, his tone measured. "Tell me more of him." Sebastian's gaze flickered, his armored helm tilting slightly as if scanning the room for unseen threats before his eyes locked onto Jar Jar Binks. "He's a shadow in this galaxy, elusive and hidden behind layers of deceit. But he's offered his assistance in ways I haven't expected. He says he's been manipulating things from the shadows, pushing against the corruption in the Senate, even waging a war behind the scenes. He's not a man to be trusted easily, but I can't ignore the help he's given me." Maximus considered this, his gaze flicking briefly to the nearby Naboo delegation, who still stood uncertain, murmuring amongst themselves. Their discussions were likely meaningless to him at this moment, but his mind was focused. "Trust is a weapon, Sebastian," Maximus finally said. "And every weapon has its price." He stepped back slightly, allowing his brother space. "We will need to tread carefully. If Sidious is indeed a force for change, there are risks in allying ourselves with him, risks far greater than we can afford." Maximus clenched his fist, the sound of his gauntlet scraping across his armor a familiar comfort. "Then we will make our own path. If Sidious is a tool to be used, we will ensure he does not become one used against us." There was a brief pause, a stillness hanging between them as the weight of their next action settled into the air. Padme and the rest of the delegation exchanged uneasy glances as the towering Astartes in black and white armor stood beside Maximus, the weight of his presence unmistakable. There was an unmistakable tension in the air, and the sight of the superhuman warrior stirred an apprehension none of them had expected. Padme, ever composed despite the situation, was the first to speak. Her voice was calm but curious as she addressed Maximus directly. "Maximus? Who is this?" The Ultramarine turned slightly, his attention returning to the gathering as he nodded towards Sebastian, who stood like a silent sentinel at his side. This is Brother Sebastian of the Black Templars. He specializes in close-quarters combat," he said, his voice steady and confident, yet with an undertone of something deeper, an understanding that spoke of years of brotherhood. Maximus looked toward the gathered delegation, his stance unwavering and sure. "Now that we have reunited, we can return to your planet and free you from the blockade that surrounds it. Unless you still wish to speak in front of this corrupt Senate of yours." His voice rang out, the final words laced with quiet contempt, a subtle reminder of the power he and his brothers wielded. The delegation, still reeling from the presence of the two Astartes, exchanged uncertain glances. But it was Padme who spoke, her voice measured, though tinged with skepticism. "How can you be so sure that you can win?" she asked, a small frown pulling at her lips. "It's only you three against an entire army of battle droids." Her question hung in the air for a moment, the weight of it pressing down on the Astartes. Sebastian, who had been staring distastefully at the corner of the room where Jar Jar lingered, turned his gaze back to Padme. His eyes glinted for a moment, then the silence between them was shattered as he suddenly began to laugh. It started as a low, rumbling sound, the kind of chuckle that seemed to rise from deep within his chest. The noise grew steadily, escalating into a booming, almost primal laugh that shook the room. Padme blinked in surprise at the sudden outburst, taken aback by the sheer volume and force of it. Sebastian's laugh echoed through the room for a moment before he finally regained his composure. He looked at Padme with something akin to amusement. "She doesn't know the strength of the Astartes," he said, his voice full of a grim, yet almost affectionate pride. Maximus turned to Sebastian, his expression calm but his eyes filled with a quiet understanding. There was no anger in the brothers' laughter, no mockery, just the pure, unbridled confidence of a warrior who had seen the impossible become reality time and time again. He looked back at Padme, his tone steady, unwavering. "We are not merely 3, Maximus said. "We are the Emperor's chosen. The battle droids are machines, programmed to obey. They lack the will to fight, to survive. And they certainly lack the will to win." Sebastian, now composed, folded his arms across his chest as he added, "We are the Emperor's fury incarnate. 3 of us? That's too many to turn the tide of any battle." Padme frowned, trying to reconcile the words with the reality of the situation. The image of battle droids, seemingly endless in number, clashed with the confidence of the 2 superhuman warriors standing before her. "And you expect to face this army alone?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Just 3 of you against an entire fleet?" Maximus's gaze hardened, his voice taking on a more serious edge. "We are not alone. The Emperor stands with us, and it is his will that guides us. But do not mistake our size for our strength. In the heat of battle, our foes will know what it means to face the Emperor's warriors. We are trained to fight, to endure, to overwhelm. The droids are a threat, yes, but they are nothing compared to the true enemies of mankind." Sebastian, his expression now one of quiet intensity, spoke again, his voice almost a growl. "You see, battle droids are made to fight in large numbers. They have no soul, no ambition, no fire. When we fight with purpose, with a power beyond mere flesh. And the droids will learn that, very quickly." Padme looked between the 2 Astartes, her mind still processing the enormity of what they were suggesting. There was a grim certainty in their words, an aura of power so palpable she could feel it. She shook her head slightly, trying to focus on the facts. "I still don't understand," she said softly. "How can you be so certain you can succeed? The blockade is vast. The droids, the Federation, they won't simply roll over." Maximus's gaze softened for the briefest moment. "Victory is not always assured by numbers, Padme. It is the will to fight that matters. The droids may have numbers, but they lack resolve. What they face is more than mere combat. It is a storm of fury and faith. And in the end, the Emperor's wrath is not something easily endured. And I do love a good fight," Sebastian added, his tone brimming with the excitement of battle yet to come. Padme took a deep breath, weighing their words carefully. There was no arrogance in them, only certainty, a certainty that could either be a boon or a curse. Finally, she looked back at Maximus and Sebastian, her expression now one of determination, if still a small bit unsure. "Very well then. I will trust you for now. But the stakes are too high to leave anything to chance. We'll need every advantage we can get if we're to defeat the blockade. I still wish to address the Senate." Maximus nodded. "We will give you that advantage, and more. But go on and plead your case to the Senate. It will only show you that we speak the truth." As the weight of the situation settled over them all, Padme understood that the fate of Naboo, and perhaps the galaxy itself, was now in the hands of these formidable, yet enigmatic warriors. The question remained, would the Astartes truly be the saviors they claimed to be, or would their fire burn too hot, consuming everything in its path? Palpatine sat in the dimly lit confines of his office, his fingers lightly steepled in front of his face as he listened to the conversation of the Astartes and the Queen making plans for Naboo's liberation through a listening device. The subtle power play of the moment was not lost on him, how the galaxy's fate seemed to shift with every word spoken. His lips curled into a faint, calculating smile. The Astartes, so powerful, so zealous, they were far more useful than they knew. It would only be a matter of time before they became instruments of his design, tools to further his hidden ambitions. But before he could fully solidify his thoughts, an unexpected sensation struck him like a bolt of lightning, sharp and overwhelming. A sudden, intense pain flared in his head, causing him to clutch his forehead with both hands, his breath hitching at the unexpected agony. And then it happened. 1,000 voices, speaking in perfect unison, seemed to echo in his mind, filling the room with their presence. Sheev Palpatine. The sound of his name reverberated inside his skull, an unnatural, disembodied chorus that made his entire body stiffen. He gasped, his fingers tightening around his head as the pressure mounted. With a pained groan, he lurched forward, his chair skidding back with a loud scrape against the floor as he forced himself to stand. His vision blurred, and for a moment, the walls of his office seemed to ripple with the intensity of the voices, their weight pressing against his very consciousness. "Be calm." The voices spoke again, this time softer, yet still relentless in their insistence. But the command only brought more pain. His mind felt as though it were being pulled in two, the mental strain unbearable. He staggered backward, his breath quickening as the sound of his own heartbeat thundered in his ears. He let out a howl, clutching his head with desperate intensity. But the pain only seemed to grow worse, gnawing at his every thought. For a fleeting second, he wondered if this might be the end. But no, he had survived worse, and he would not be defeated by something so trivial as this. The pain escalated as if to mock him for his thoughts. His knees buckled under the strain, and he collapsed, his hands still locked in place around his forehead. But through the agony, the voice continued, its presence both foreign and omnipotent. "You crave true power." The words cut through the storm of pain like a blade, their meaning seeping deep into his subconscious. Power. It was always power, what he sought, what he had always desired. To rule, to control, to shape the galaxy into his own vision. The voice seemed to know his every thought, his every hidden desire. The tension in his skull built to an unbearable crescendo. He gasped, his body rigid, every muscle locked in place as though the pain were going to shatter him from the inside out. But then, as suddenly as it had come, the pressure vanished. It was as if something had released its grip on him, and the silence that followed was profound, even deafening. Palpatine collapsed back into his chair, his breath ragged as his mind swam with the remnants of the encounter. His eyes widened, his pulse racing as he tried to regain control. For a long moment, all he could hear was the sound of his own breath and the distant sound of the device. Then the voice returned, not with the same intensity, but with an undercurrent of something far more seductive. "I can give you everything you want, and more," the voice said. Palpatine's hands trembled, his palms slick with sweat as he gripped the arms of his chair, the very fabric of his being still reeling from the psychic assault. His head was spinning, his thoughts scrambled and unfocused. He had felt fear before, but this was something different, an alien sensation that made him feel small, insignificant. The sheer power he had just witnessed threatened to unravel him, yet he forced himself to steady his breath, to cling to his control. With great effort, he found his voice, hoarse and strained, like a man emerging from a nightmare. Who are you?" he asked, his voice cracking under the weight of the question. His mind swirled with uncertainty, still reeling from the experience. The headache had passed, but its echoes haunted him, the searing intensity of it lingering just beneath the surface. His heart raced, and his mind screamed for answers. The reply came as 1,000 voices, cold and detached, filling every corner of his mind in perfect unison. "It matters not who I am." Palpatine recoiled slightly, the words cutting through his thoughts with chilling precision. There was something unsettling in the way it spoke, as if it existed beyond time, beyond the need for mortal identity. "But if you truly seek to know me," the voices continued, "seek out Kareth, and leave those corpse-worshipping fools to their own devices. They matter little in the grand scheme of things. Only you matter." The name Kareth echoed in his mind, an unfamiliar word, foreign and heavy with significance. A surge of curiosity, and something darker, flared within Palpatine. He had long dealt in shadows, manipulating everything and everyone, but now, it seemed as though something far greater than mere politics or Sith power was offering him something more. Something more primal, more dangerous. Palpatine's pulse quickened. The voices were speaking to him as though he were chosen, as if he alone held the key to something beyond his wildest dreams. The sensation was intoxicating, yet terrifying. He had always sought power, but now it felt as though power itself was seeking him. Kareth, he murmured under his breath, the name slipping through his lips like a secret that only the truly powerful could understand. The voices grew softer, more intimate, yet still laced with an underlying authority. Yes, Kareth. He will show you the true path. The path to unlimited power, true power, beyond anything the Jedi, the Sith, or even those foolish Astartes can offer. They are distractions, mere tools in the hands of lesser beings. But you, Sheev Palpatine, you are destined for greatness. Embrace it. The temptation was unbearable. For a moment, the idea of leaving behind his ties to the Sith seemed almost right. They were nothing but a crumbling, ancient order, tied to ideals that had long lost relevance. The Astartes, too, were but another weapon to be controlled, and the Jedi weren't even worth thinking about. The galaxy's future was a canvas, and Palpatine, now more than ever, saw himself as its artist, poised to reshape everything in his image. He closed his eyes, fighting to maintain his focus. The voices were right, in a way. The Sith had their limitations. The Jedi were blind. Even the Astartes, for all their might, were bound by their rigid codes and oaths. But here was a power that was beyond all of them. The promise of something deeper, something more primal. And then, another thought clawed its way into his mind, icy and resolute. The Astartes, the Senate, the Jedi, none of them matter. They are nothing. I am everything. Palpatine opened his eyes, his lips curling into a cruel, knowing smile. His fingers slowly relaxed their grip on the chair, as though releasing an invisible weight. The voice in his mind wasn't just a call, it was an opportunity. The galaxy was shifting. The droids, the blockade, the corruption, it was all a game. A game he had played for years. But now, the stakes were higher. And now, he had a new card to play. A pulse of excitement rushed through him. He felt his mind snap back into focus, every thought now crystal clear. He stood slowly, a sense of purpose filling him as the weight of his decision settled around him. The galaxy would kneel before him, not the Sith, not the Jedi, and certainly not the Astartes. Him. Embrace it, Sheev. I can give you all the power you crave. Just reach out, and take it. Maximus, after some time, a group of men arrived to escort the delegation to the Senate building, where the Queen would plead her case. Maximus and Sebastian exchanged a brief nod before parting ways, both agreeing that it would be wiser for Sebastian to leave rather than risk angering the world's officials. Sebastian disappeared, while Maximus walked alongside the Queen, her handmaids, and the rest of the group. Are you going to speak? Nira asked, bouncing around the towering Astartes as they made their way through the halls. In truth, Maximus found the girl's energy distracting, but he understood that she was just a child. No, not unless it becomes necessary, he replied curtly. Nira seemed to accept the answer without protest and skipped over to join Anakin, who Padme, now the Queen, had kept close. As they reached the grand doors of the Senate building, the air seemed to grow heavier, charged with anticipation and the weight of impending decisions. Maximus fell into step behind the Queen, his imposing presence a quiet shield, ever watchful. The guards at the entrance stood rigid, their faces unreadable, as if they, too, sensed the gravity of what was about to unfold. Before they could enter, however, the group was halted by the unexpected presence of Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The two Jedi stood with solemn expressions, a quiet urgency in their posture. Before you enter, we would ask that young Anakin and Nira accompany us to meet with the Jedi Council, Qui-Gon said, his voice calm but firm. We wish to see if they are suited for training within the Order, with both your permission. He turned to Shmi and Lyra, who were visibly shocked by the request. Qui-Gon's expression softened as he met their eyes. "We sense great potential in both of them," he explained. "Anakin's connection to the Force is remarkable. And Nira, though her path is not as clear, also carries something unique within her. We must know if they are ready to walk the path of the Jedi. But we do not take this decision lightly. It must be yours as well." The two women exchanged a look before Lyra spoke, her tone measured but full of concern. "I must ask that we know more of what this will mean for them." She turned to the Jedi. "Will they be safe in the Order? What will become of them if they join?" Qui-Gon nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of their questions. "The Jedi Order is a place of peace, training, and discipline. It is not without hardship, but it is a path we have chosen to walk in service to the galaxy. If they come with us, they will be protected, trained, and guided in the ways of the Force. But the decision must be theirs as well." Lyra and Shmi both nodded, though their faces remained tense, before they looked at their children, who were still struggling to grasp what was happening. "We'll be coming back, though, right?" Anakin asked, his voice filled with confusion. "Perhaps," Qui-Gon said, standing up straight. "But first, we must see if you can even join the Order." "Come, children," Qui-Gon said gently. "We will answer your questions along the way. The Jedi Council awaits." With a final, lingering glance at Shmi and Lyra, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan turned, signaling for Anakin and Nira to follow them. The children exchanged uncertain glances, but they understood that the weight of this decision lay heavily upon them. As they walked away, Padme looked at Maximus, her eyes betraying the doubt she had kept hidden. He looked down at the small queen before giving a sharp nod. "They will be fine. You will see the boy again. But for now, we must remain focused." "Are you nervous?" he asked in a rare show of humanity. Padme seemed caught off guard by the question, though she still nodded her head. "A little," she admitted. "Any tips for me?" Maximus hummed softly to himself before answering. "Be bold, and think of your people. Let their suffering fuel your righteous fury," he said simply, then turned toward the massive doors of the Senate. Inside, the Senate chamber stretched out before them, a vast, sphere-like hall with hundreds of platforms and thousands of delegates. The hum of hushed voices filled the air, a sea of officials already gathered, waiting. Maximus could feel the undercurrent of tension. Politics had a way of eroding any sense of loyalty in such places. The atmosphere was thick with ambition and suspicion. Padme, her face a mask of calm determination, led the way. Her handmaids followed closely, keeping a respectful distance, while Maximus remained a step behind her, ever vigilant. He was well aware of the eyes that followed them, many curious, others wary. His presence as a silent guardian was not lost on anyone, but in this world of hidden motives, it was not enough to deter the ambitious. As they reached their platform, the only three to step into the disc-like pod were Padme, her handmaid Sabe, and Maximus himself, standing behind her. The queen's posture was regal, her expression resolute. The murmurs died down as the room fell into a brief, but complete silence. "Senators and delegates," she began, her voice steady and clear. "I come before you today not only as the Queen of Naboo, but as a servant of the people. Our planet is under threat, and our survival is at risk. I plead for your support in our time of need." The chamber fell into an uneasy silence as Padme's words echoed through the Senate. Her plea for Naboo's survival hung in the air, weighty and fragile. Maximus stood behind her, his massive frame towering like an iron wall, his eyes scanning the room with an intensity that made several senators hesitate before speaking. His presence alone seemed to quiet the murmurs, and those who dared glance at him quickly looked away, as though unsure whether to fear or admire the imposing Astartes. Senator Baio Presta Organa, a tall and dignified figure from Alderaan, was the first to break the silence. His voice was calm, yet the words carried an edge of skepticism. "Queen Amidala," he began, his sharp gaze focused on the young monarch. You speak of a threat to your planet. Yet you must understand that the Senate cannot act on mere accusations. The Trade Federation has provided a justification for its actions, claiming that they are well within their rights. You say that Naboo is under siege. What proof do you have to present? A murmur of agreement rippled through the Senate. Several senators nodded, some of them looking directly at Padme with a cold, calculating gaze. They wanted answers, substance, not just rhetoric. Padme's lips pressed together, but she stood her ground. Her eyes locked on Organa, who was one of her biggest allies, and she spoke with a measured calm that betrayed none of her inner turmoil. "The evidence is not in words, Senator," she said, her voice rising with quiet authority. "The evidence is in the suffering of my people. The Federation's blockade has caused untold harm. Trade has been halted, food and medical supplies are scarce, and families are left to fend for themselves. There is no justification for the Federation's actions. But how can we take your word alone as proof?" Another voice called from the far side of the chamber. This voice was from a senator who represented the Trade Federation's interests. A tall man with a slick, oily manner, his sharp eyes scanning the room as if seeking allies. "The Queen's accusations are based solely on what she claims. The Federation has followed the letter of the law in this matter. Your pleas are nothing more than a power grab." The room filled with a ripple of discord. Some senators leaned forward, their eyes narrowing as they took in this argument. Padme's face darkened, but she was quick to reply. "Power grab?" she echoed, her voice rising, steady and firm. "You would call a plea for survival a grab for power? The people of Naboo are being starved and oppressed. The Trade Federation's actions are an affront to the very principles this Senate claims to uphold. I ask for help, not for power." Maximus stepped forward slightly, his towering figure causing a few of the more nervous senators to shift uncomfortably. He said nothing, but the mere motion of his bulk was enough to silence a few dissenters. The threat of his presence was palpable. He was a force of nature, an indomitable shadow behind the Queen. At that moment, a senator from Ryloth, one of the more vocal figures in the Senate, stood up and raised his hand in a deliberate gesture. His face was fat, with round features and a dull expression. His voice, when he spoke, was dry and punctuated with disdain. "The Queen has made a passionate argument," he began, his tone dismissive. "But we must ask ourselves, what is the true cost of intervention? Naboo has always been a neutral system. Why should we jeopardize our own stability for the sake of a world that has not supported us in the past? The Federation is a powerful entity. How long before such an intervention leads to war?" The murmurs grew louder. Some senators nodded, seeming to agree with the sentiment that neutrality should be preserved, even at the cost of Naboo's suffering. Others exchanged worried glances, sensing that the situation was becoming more complicated by the moment. Padme's voice cut through the noise like a knife. "Neutrality is a luxury we can no longer afford," she said, her voice sharp, filled with unyielding determination. "We do not ask for war, Senator. But I cannot stand idly by while my people are slain in the name of corporate greed. The Federation has broken the law, and the Senate must act. If you refuse, you abandon the very principles that hold this republic together." Her words were like a challenge thrown into the heart of the chamber. Silence followed as her gaze swept across the room. She could feel the weight of their eyes on her, some in disbelief, others filled with a quiet understanding of the truth in her words. Senator Palpatine, who had remained quiet until now, finally rose from his seat, his expression one of calculated calm. His voice was soothing, laced with subtle authority. "Perhaps we should consider a vote on this matter," he suggested, his tone smooth and persuasive. "The Queen has made her case, and the Trade Federation has voiced their objections. It is clear that this debate cannot go on indefinitely." A soft murmur of agreement spread through the chamber. The idea of voting was the one thing that most senators could agree on. Many were eager to take action, though for very different reasons. Palpatine, ever the master of subtlety, was carefully steering the debate toward his desired outcome. I agree, Senator Organa said, his voice more subdued. This discussion has gone on long enough. At the mention of a vote, Padme's heart sank, feeling like a vote now would doom her people. As the Senate began to organize itself for the vote, Maximus glanced down at Padme, his voice low but reassuring. "You've done well," he murmured, his gravelly voice carrying the weight of experience. "But you see now that this was the only outcome. What will you do now?" he asked. "I have no other choice then, but to move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's leadership," Padme declared, her voice heavy with the weight of her decision. The chamber fell silent, the gravity of her words settling over the Senate like a storm cloud. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, visibly stiffened in his seat. His eyes widened in disbelief, and for a brief moment, his face betrayed the shock and hurt he felt. He turned to Padme, his voice strained and almost pleading. "Queen Amidala, you would move against me? Against the very institution that you seek to protect?" Chancellor Valorum's voice faltered, a mix of confusion and betrayal written clearly on his face. Padme's expression hardened, though her heart ached with the decision. She had hoped for a different outcome, one where the Senate would rise to defend Naboo without needing to take such drastic measures. But the reality of the situation was clear. Corruption had infected this body, and the people of Naboo were suffering because of it. "I'm sorry, Chancellor," she said, her voice steady but tinged with regret. "But I will not leave my planet's fate in the hands of a Senate so paralyzed by corruption and inaction. Naboo is in danger. My people are dying. And still, the Senate does nothing." The words hung in the air like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown at the feet of every senator in the chamber. Instantly, the room erupted. Senators shouted in outrage, some standing, others leaning forward, their voices rising in a cacophony of disbelief and indignation. The weight of Padme's accusation, the very idea that she would risk the stability of the Republic to take such a drastic step, sent shockwaves through the chamber. "How dare you!" one of the senators from the core worlds bellowed, his face red with anger. "This is treason! You would jeopardize the entire Senate for your own selfish cause? Are we to bow to the will of a mere queen?" Another senator shouted, pointing a finger at Padme. "You are not above the law!" Maximus, standing silently behind Padme, took a step forward. His towering form loomed over the Senate floor, a silent mountain of power and resolve. His presence, calm yet unyielding, immediately silenced those who dared challenge her. His piercing gaze swept over the room, cold and unflinching. Then, in a voice that seemed to shake the very foundation of the chamber, he spoke. "Be silent!" The words rang out, thunderous and commanding, reverberating through the vast hall like a sonic wave. The senators froze, their expressions flickering with a mix of fear and disbelief. Maximus's voice was unlike anything they had ever heard, a force of nature, one that brooked no argument. "You disgust me!" he bellowed, his deep voice full of contempt. "Filth!" he boomed more to the Xenos in the room than the others. "You sit here, safe and comfortable in your gilded halls while Naboo suffers. While the innocent cry for help, you debate over petty politics and power plays." He took a step further into their pod, his armor gleaming ominously, the sound of his heavy boots echoing like the march of a storm. His eyes swept across the room, seething with righteous fury. "You call yourselves leaders?" he roared, his voice carrying the weight of an entire galaxy's injustice. "You, who do nothing but protect your own interests while entire systems burn? You are nothing but cowards." The room was deathly still now. Senators shifted uncomfortably in their seats, some looking away, others too stunned to respond. A few of the more nervous ones even took a half-step back, as if the sheer intensity of Maximus's presence might consume them. Padme's hand trembled slightly, though her gaze never wavered from the senators. She had feared this moment, the tipping point where diplomacy might no longer work, but she couldn't let it show. Not in front of these men and women who had the power to change everything. Maximus turned his gaze toward her, his voice lowering to a more controlled, though no less commanding, tone. You see it with your own eyes. The corruption. His words were simple but carried a weight that none in the Senate could ignore. Padme, though taken aback by the force of his outburst, quickly regained her composure. She nodded slightly, her eyes meeting his with silent gratitude and a flicker of understanding. She had already made her decision. The time for diplomacy had passed. Enough! Padme declared, her voice ringing through the chamber, a sharp contrast to Maximus's fury. This Senate will not be the one to save Naboo. But I will not stand idly by while my people die. If you will not act, then I will take the matter into my own hands. A senator from the Outer Rim spoke up then, his voice trembling slightly as he took a bold stand. You cannot simply take matters into your own hands, Queen Amidala. The Senate has rules. Padme turned toward him, her face cold but resolute. And those rules have failed my people. Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the room. He seemed to grow even more immense, his presence more overwhelming with every passing second. He didn't need to speak anymore. His silence alone was enough to remind everyone in the chamber who stood behind the Queen, and the power that came with it. Another senator, this time one from Coruscant, stood, his voice filled with forced calm. You would throw the Republic into chaos for your planet's sake? The Senate is not the place for such reckless action. Maximus turned his gaze on the senator, his eyes like ice. Reckless? He repeated, his voice dangerously soft. It is not reckless to protect the innocent. It is not reckless to fight against oppression. But what I see here is an entire body of supposed leaders too afraid to act, too afraid to face the truth. The senator faltered under Maximus's gaze, his mouth opening and closing in an attempt to find words, but nothing came. Padme spoke again, her voice steady. I move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's leadership. The people of Naboo have suffered enough. The time for indecision is over. We will act, with or without the Senate's approval. As her words hung in the air, the room shifted again. Senators exchanged glances, some were frightened, others were emboldened by Padme's courage. The notion of a vote of no confidence was dangerous, but it was the only card Padme had left to play. And she was prepared to see it through, no matter the cost. Maximus's massive form towered behind her, an unspoken promise of protection, of strength. The entire chamber could feel it, a palpable aura of command that made even the most powerful senators uneasy. You will all pay for your inaction. Maximus's voice rang through the chamber once more, quiet but filled with undeniable weight. The room was filled with tension, but despite the rising voices of opposition, the fear in the eyes of some senators became evident. Maximus had made it clear that this was not just a political fight, it was a moral one. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, some of the senators began to reconsider their stance. Padme, though resolute, still felt the weight of some of their disdain. Her heart pounded in her chest as the chamber descended into chaos. This was the moment when everything hinged on the courage to see it through. She raised her hand, and the room slowly began to quiet. Her gaze never wavered from Chancellor Valorum, who still looked stunned and betrayed by her move. Chancellor, she said, her voice rising above the noise, I respect the office you hold. But respect must be earned, and right now, you are failing your duty to my people. The Republic was founded on the ideals of justice, of service to the people. But what I see now is a Senate that protects the interests of the powerful, at the expense of those who suffer. I will not stand by and watch my people perish because of political stagnation. A moment passed, and then Senator Bail Organa stood. His tall form was calm but resolute, and his voice cut through the chamber like a balm on a wound. I agree with Queen Amidala, he said, his voice firm but fair. The people of Naboo have been neglected for too long. The actions of the Trade Federation are unconscionable, and this Senate has failed to address them. The time for hesitation is over. A ripple of support passed through the room. Not everyone agreed, but those who did began to speak in Padme's defense. Senator Mon Mothma of Chandrila, a longtime advocate for reform, stood as well, adding her voice to the chorus of those calling for action. "This has gone on for too long," Mon Mothma said, her voice resolute. "The Republic was founded on principles of justice and fairness. We cannot stand idly by as an entire world suffers under the weight of corruption." Valorum's face darkened, and his voice turned cold. "Then I will leave the Senate to its own devices," he said, his tone icy with resignation. "But you will find that no matter how much you protest, the Federation will not be moved. I fear your actions may push the Republic closer to disaster." With that, Valorum sat in his seat sharply, his gaze lingering on Padme for a moment longer, before he looked down at his lap in shame. The murmurs in the Senate began to pick up again, though they were now tinged with uncertainty. Maximus remained steadfast behind Padme, his presence like an anchor in the midst of the rising storm. Mace Windu, Master Mace Windu stood to the side of the Senate chamber, his attention divided. Queen Amidala's speech echoed through the hall, her voice steady as she addressed the gathered officials and delegates of the galaxy. Yet Windu's gaze was fixed not on her, but on the towering figure standing behind her, an imposing Astartes, clad in ornate armor. He looked exactly like the one who had slaughtered so many within the temple. Windu inhaled slowly, forcing himself to suppress the rising tide of anger that threatened to consume him. His right hand, replaced with a cold, mechanical appendage, closed into a fist involuntarily. He steadied himself, focusing on regaining his calm. Turning on his heel, he made his way out of the Senate chamber, his mind still heavy with the image of the Astartes. The Jedi Temple was his destination, where Kagan had requested that 2 young Force-sensitive children be tested for their potential to join the Jedi Order. Windu's thoughts lingered on the Astartes as he strode through the Senate hallways, a cold unease settling in his chest. The memory of that day, the day the black armor-clad man had attacked the temple, was still vivid. The screams, the loss, the overwhelming darkness of the slaughter. The Jedi had never been prepared for something like that, an enemy just appearing in their temple. It was only the intervention of Master Yoda and the other Jedi that had stopped the carnage. But the Astartes had vanished without a trace. Yet, there another one was, standing in the Senate, just a few meters away from the heart of galactic politics. Was this coincidence, or was there something far more sinister at play? Windu couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in his gut that this figure was part of something greater. Something darker. The temple was not far, and as he approached its towering spires, Windu focused his mind on the task at hand. He arrived at the training hall to find Kagan already waiting, his calm demeanor betraying none of the weight that had clearly been on his mind. Beside him were the 2 children, standing nervously yet filled with quiet anticipation. Windu couldn't help but wonder what the future held for them. "Master Windu," Kagan greeted, his voice warm but carrying an edge of urgency. "We are ready." Windu nodded curtly, his thoughts momentarily shifting to the task before him. The trials will proceed as planned. But as the children were led to the Jedi Council chamber, a dark shadow seemed to loom over the temple, a feeling Windu couldn't shake, nor explain. It was as though the galaxy itself was holding its breath. The Jedi Council chamber was vast, its polished stone walls lined with the serene faces of the Jedi Masters. A heavy silence filled the room as Master Windu took his seat to the left of Yoda. The young initiates, Anakin Skywalker and Nera Valora, stood before the council, their expressions a mixture of resolve and uncertainty. "Now," Mace Windu's voice rang through the chamber, deep and steady. "We will test you both. The boy first, then the girl." Windu reached to the side of his seat and picked up a small data pad. A flicker of light from the pad cast a brief glow on his face before he held it out. "Use the Force to sense what is on this hologram I'm looking at," he said, his voice calm but commanding. The room seemed to hold its breath as the image flickered into view above Windu's hand, forming the shape of a ship, a sleek, unmarked vessel suspended in the air. Windu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the image, before lifting his gaze toward Anakin. The boy stood steady, his posture confident, his eyes focused on the hologram. "A ship," Anakin said, his voice calm, almost as if he had already known the answer. His connection to the Force surged with ease, his senses reaching out to the image, effortlessly sensing the object before him. The hologram shifted, changing to an image of a cup. Again, Anakin's voice filled the chamber almost immediately. "A cup." Windu's lips twitched upward ever so slightly, his brow furrowing in concentration. "Correct," he said, and the hologram shifted again, this time to a different object, a piece of art, followed by a symbol, a tree, and an ancient relic. Each time, Anakin's answers came swiftly and accurately. The boy's connection to the Force was undeniable, as was the depth of his intuition. He was quick, sharp, and confident in his responses, his senses already keen enough to read the subtle fluctuations in the images before him. Mace Windu's eyes flicked toward Nira, who stood quietly beside Anakin, her posture more hesitant. Where Anakin's presence seemed to fill the room with raw energy, Nira's felt faint and uncertain. She looked up at Windu, but her gaze dropped quickly as she felt the weight of the Council's scrutiny. Windu cleared his throat, turning his attention back to the data pad in his hand. "Now the girl." Nira took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervous flutter in her chest. She had seen Anakin breeze through the trial with ease, and now, all eyes were on her. She reached out with her mind, trying to focus, but the Force felt distant, elusive, like trying to catch the wind in her hands. She felt the pressure of the room closing in, the silent weight of the Council's expectations pressing down on her. The first image appeared, an ornate artifact, an object from the distant past. Nira hesitated, unsure. "A statue?" she guessed, her voice trembling slightly. Windu's gaze was sharp, but he nodded once. "Incorrect. Focus again." The hologram shifted. This time, a symbol, a large, circular emblem, appeared, rotating slowly in the air. Nira's mind raced. She reached out, feeling the shape, trying to connect with it. The Force whispered at the edges of her mind, but it was faint, like a breeze she couldn't catch. "A symbol?" she ventured again. "Correct," Windu said, though his tone carried a hint of doubt. The image shifted again, but Nira's confidence was shaken. She could sense the object, but her response felt sluggish, delayed. It wasn't as immediate as Anakin's. As the trial continued, Nira felt herself slipping. The next image, a creature, an animal, appeared, and Nira could only guess at the shape, her voice filled with uncertainty. "An animal?" she asked, though she wasn't sure. "Yes," Windu responded quietly. His voice was calm but firm, not unkind, but his disappointment was evident. "You must trust in the Force, Nira. Do not second-guess yourself." Nira bit her lip, her stomach sinking. She tried to focus, but the Force felt so far away. Her mind was clouded with doubts, and the images blurred together. She could feel the Council's gaze on her, their judgment heavy in the air. The final image appeared, a simple tool, a small, unremarkable object. "Tool?" Nira guessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Correct," Windu said, his tone neutral. He leaned back in his seat, looking at the two children. Anakin's bright blue eyes were still filled with confidence, while Nira's emerald green eyes avoided the Council's gaze. Her heart was pounding, and she could feel the weight of failure pressing down on her. She had not performed like Anakin. She had not sensed the images quickly, nor had she trusted the Force in the way the Jedi expected. Master Yoda, who had remained silent throughout the test, now spoke in his soft, rasping voice. "Much doubt in you, young one. Clouded your vision is. Yet see with clarity you must, to be a Jedi." Nira nodded, her heart sinking further with each word, the sting of the Council's judgment pressing down like an invisible weight. She had tried, but her uncertainty had betrayed her. She wasn't like the others, like Anakin, who had been so confident, so sure. "And from this one, much fear I feel," Yoda continued, his eyes now focusing on Anakin, The small, ancient Jedi's gaze seemed to pierce through the boy as though he could see every thread of his past. Anakin shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny, his posture rigid. He had known the moment the council began to speak of fear that this was coming. It had always been there, hadn't it? That deep-rooted fear inside of him, the fear of loss, of being abandoned, of never being good enough. His memories of slavery, of being bound to Watto, flooded his mind, the cruel images of his former master's brutal grip on his life, and the violence of his freedom, Raxor, the towering figure who had torn Watto apart with ease. The scene played in Anakin's mind once more, the terror, the blood, the finality of it all. The freedom he tasted at that moment had been tainted by the violence that accompanied it. Trauma, one of the council members murmured softly, confirming what they all must have suspected. Of growing up a slave, and seeing that slaver slaughtered, Mace Windu added, his tone sharp as he seemed to recall the event vividly, his eyes narrowing in a mixture of understanding and concern. It was clear from the way Windu spoke that this trauma was not something Anakin could easily shake off. It was a part of him now, buried beneath layers of raw talent, but it was a wound that would need time to heal. Anakin stood still, trying to keep his emotions from flaring, but inside, a storm was raging. The council had seen through his mask. The anger, the fear, the pain. They had seen it all. Well, that will be all for now. Thank you for coming, Windu said, his voice cutting through the tension that hung thick in the air. He stood, signaling the end of the session. Anakin and Nira both felt the weight of the room's judgment as they slowly turned to leave. Nira walked beside Anakin, her own sense of failure mingling with his silent anger. They didn't speak as they left the chamber, the weight of their thoughts too heavy for words. As the door closed behind them, the council's voices rose in quiet conversation, discussing the two children in hushed tones. They are both too old, one of the council members observed. They have already formed attachments. It is dangerous for a Jedi to form such bonds. Another member nodded solemnly. The boy's connection to the Force is undeniable, but his fear, it is a storm, constantly brewing within him. A Jedi must be free of such emotions. Master Yoda's eyes remained closed as he listened, though his mind was far from idle. Much potential they both have. But the boy, his fear will be his greatest enemy. Focused he must become. Learn to control his emotions he must. The girl, however. Mace Windu's voice trailed off as he looked toward Nira. Her connection to the Force is weak, clouded by doubt. The training will not be easy, but there is hope. If she learns to trust in herself, in the Force, she could yet find her place among us. But time is not on their side. A third member added. Their paths are already more difficult than most. The boy, especially, will require guidance, and that guidance must be firm. The voices continued to murmur, discussing the fates of the two children. It was clear that while the Jedi saw great potential in both Anakin and Nira, their paths were fraught with challenges. Anakin's trauma and fear were a powerful force, and Nira's self-doubt might prevent her from realizing her potential. Back in the hall, Anakin and Nira stood side by side. The weight of the council's judgment hung over them like a dark cloud, but the uncertainty of what was to come kept them both silent. They didn't speak to each other as they walked away, lost in their own thoughts. Anakin felt a simmering anger building within him. He knew the council saw his fear, saw his pain, but they didn't understand him. They didn't know what it was like to live in the shadows of his past, to fight for every scrap of freedom. He was stronger than they thought, and he would prove it. Nira, however, was not as sure. She had felt the council's eyes on her, and their judgment was clear. They thought her too uncertain, too weak to become a Jedi. Was she wrong to even try? She felt like she was just a shadow among the others, never quite able to step into the light. But Qui-Gon Jinn had seen something in her. He had spoken to her after the trial, offering encouragement, even when the others doubted her. Master Yoda is right, Qui-Gon had told her quietly. You must trust the Force, and trust yourself. The path will not be easy, but you are not alone." Nira clung to those words as she walked in silence beside Anakin, unsure of what the future would hold but determined to keep moving forward, one step at a time. The Jedi Council may have judged them, but their trials had only just begun, and they would face them together. Nira, as the heavy doors of the Jedi Council chambers slid closed behind them after Kagan walked in, Anakin and Nira stood in the silence of the hallway. The stone walls seemed to press in on them, the weight of the trial still lingering in the air. Anakin's jaw was clenched, his fists trembling at his sides. He could feel the sting of the Council's words, their disappointment, their judgment. He wanted to shout, to lash out, but he didn't. Instead, he stood there, barely able to contain the storm of emotions swirling within him. Nira, her head lowered, stared at the ground, her heart heavy with self-doubt. She had felt the Council's eyes on her, saw the look of concern, or was it pity, in their faces as she faltered. She knew she hadn't measured up. The Force had felt distant, like a whisper just out of reach, and the more she tried to grasp it, the further it slipped away. Was it enough? She wondered, am I enough? Anakin glanced over at her, his anger momentarily giving way to something softer. Understanding, maybe. She was struggling too. He could see it in the way she walked, the weight in her posture. He knew what it was like to feel like you were constantly falling short, no matter how hard you tried. "Hey," Anakin said, his voice low but earnest, breaking the silence between them. Nira didn't look up right away, but she could hear the change in his tone. There was no anger, no superiority. Just something else. He hesitated before continuing. "You did fine in there. Don't let them get to you." Nira's eyes flicked up to meet his for a brief moment, and then she looked away again. "Did I? I barely answered half the questions correctly," she murmured, her voice thick with the weight of her disappointment. "I couldn't even feel the Force when it counted." "You're not the only one who felt like that," Anakin said, stepping closer. He wasn't sure what made him want to comfort her. Maybe it was the fact that she seemed to understand the weight of the trial in the same way he did. "I didn't want them to see what I'm really like. I've got stuff I'm dealing with too. Stuff they don't understand." His voice grew quieter as he spoke, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. Nira tilted her head, looking at him with a mix of curiosity and empathy. She could see the storm of emotions behind his eyes, the way he fought to keep it all contained. She had felt the same way, like there was a part of her that she couldn't show anyone. Something darker, something that made her feel out of place. "I get it," Nira said softly. "You're not alone, Anakin. We both have things we need to work through. But maybe that doesn't mean we can't make it." Anakin looked at her, surprised by the sincerity in her voice. He had expected her to be more distant, to retreat into herself after the trial. But instead, she was standing here with him, offering words of encouragement. It was strange, but comforting. "Yeah," he said, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in a small, rare smile. "Maybe. If they let us in, we'll be in this together, right?" Nira nodded slowly, feeling a warmth she hadn't expected. "Right. We'll look out for each other. We may not be perfect, but we can help each other get through it. I've got your back, Anakin. I won't let you fall." Anakin's eyes softened, the intensity of the trial slowly fading as the bond between them began to form. A quiet understanding, unspoken but deeply felt. He had never thought he'd find someone who could relate to his fears, his pain. Someone who, like him, was struggling to find their place in a world that expected perfection. "You're not alone either, Nira," Anakin said, his voice steady now, his confidence returning. "I'll look out for you too. Whatever happens, we're in this together." For a moment, they stood there, the weight of their shared promise hanging in the air. It wasn't much, just two young children who had seen their vulnerabilities exposed to the Jedi Council, but it was enough. They had each other now, and that gave them something to hold on to. Nira looked up at him, her emerald eyes brighter than they had been moments before. We'll both make it, Anakin. You'll see. Anakin smiled, a genuine expression that felt strange and yet comforting. I hope so, Nira. I really do. And as they turned to walk down the hall together, side by side, their shared promise seemed to echo through the empty corridors of the Jedi Temple. Whatever lay ahead, they knew they would face it not as strangers, but as friends, bound together by the struggles, fears, and hopes that united them both. Maximus, I don't know what to do now, Padme said, gazing out the window at the sprawling cityscape of Coruscant. She turned toward Maximus, who had removed his helmet and was also staring out at the hive city. I'm afraid. Tell me, what should I do? She asked, her voice fragile. Maximus's jaw tightened as he exhaled slowly. He turned to her, his deep voice echoing through the penthouse. You know what you should do, he said simply. You need to stop listening to the politicians. Get back to Naboo, put down your white flag, and pick up a gun. But most importantly, you need to trust me. Trust my brothers. Let me take control. Padme met his gaze, her eyes searching his hollow, almost vacant ones. She saw the weight of all he had endured, yet his strength remained unwavering. And what would you do if I gave you control? She asked, her voice quiet but tinged with curiosity. Maximus snorted softly, his gaze returning to the city beyond the window. You really have to ask? He replied, his tone low but firm. I'd go to war, just as the Emperor wills it. I would go to war, Padme. And I would never stop. Padme stood still, the weight of his words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Her gaze shifted from Maximus to the sprawling cityscape outside the window, where the sun was beginning to set, casting a golden hue across the gleaming towers of Coruscant. She could see the chaos, the distant hum of transports and ships. Somewhere deep within her, a part of her heart clenched. The world she had always fought to protect was slipping away, just like the people she loved, one by one, slipping into the abyss of conflict. She turned back to him, her brow furrowed. You make it sound so simple, she said, her voice wavering slightly. Like I should just give in to the darkness, to the fight. But I don't want war, Maximus. I never have. Maximus's expression remained hard, his eyes distant, the coldness of years of service in every line of his face. But there was something else behind his gaze, something deeper. He wasn't indifferent, not exactly. His words came slowly, measured, as though choosing them carefully. War isn't about what you want, Padme, he said, his voice steady, but with a quiet intensity. War is what happens when peace becomes too fragile to survive. And right now, peace is a lie. He took a small step closer, the soft clank of his armor a reminder of the years he had spent in service. But his eyes softened just a fraction. I know it's not easy. But this isn't about what you want, it's about what we need to survive. Padme swallowed, her chest tightening as she absorbed his words. It wasn't that she didn't understand. It wasn't that she didn't know the reality of the galaxy. She did. She had seen the suffering, the destruction. She had fought for diplomacy, for life. But Maximus was right about one thing: peace had never lasted. Every day, she felt herself pulled further into a web of deception, of impossible choices. But I've spent my entire life standing for something different, Padme replied, her voice trembling but resolute. I can't just abandon everything I've ever stood for. I can't fight in the way you're asking me to. It's not who I am. Maximus's gaze softened slightly as he gazed back down at her. He looked at her for a moment longer, as if weighing his next words. Then you need to remember who you were, Padme, he said, his voice quieter now, but resolute. The galaxy needs leaders who will fight for something, not just survive. Someone has to stand against the darkness. The Emperor needs those who will make the hard decisions. And if you can't do that, you have to be willing to release control to someone who will. If we don't fight for what's right, humanity will lose more than just its ideals. We'll lose everything. Padme looked at him, feeling the pull of his words. There was no denying the truth in them, but that truth made her heart heavy. She didn't want to become the thing she had always fought against. But there was a sense of something more in his eyes, something that told her he wasn't asking her to lose herself completely. She saw a flicker of the man who fought for something greater than war, a man who still understood the importance of protecting people, even if he had grown hardened in the process. "And if I do trust you?" Padme asked, her voice barely above a whisper, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "If I let you take control, what will I become? Will I still be the Padme Amidala I once was? Or will I just be another soldier?" Maximus stood still, his gaze unwavering. He didn't offer her reassurances, nor did he try to comfort her. Instead, he met her gaze with a quiet certainty that came from knowing the brutal reality of their situation. "You'll be who you need to be," he said simply. "The Padme Amidala who once inspired millions is still there. But you will be stronger, wiser. You'll be a leader who makes the hard choices, the ones no one else can make. And in the end, you'll fight for what matters. That's the kind of leader this galaxy needs now." He paused, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I know what it's like to lose who you were. To watch the things you fought for slip away. But you don't have to lose everything. Not if you fight for the right reasons." Padme's heart raced as she met his gaze. There was a strange sense of calm in his words, as though he had long since come to terms with the weight of the decisions he had to make. It didn't make the choices any easier, but it made them feel inevitable. "I don't know if I'm ready," she whispered, the weight of everything pressing down on her chest. "But I don't think I have a choice, do I?" Maximus gave a small nod, his eyes hard but not unfeeling. "No. The time for hesitation has passed." Padme turned away from him, her eyes once more drawn to the city, the chaos spreading below. She didn't know if she could be the leader the galaxy needed. But standing here, side by side with him, she knew that if she didn't act now, everything she believed in would crumble. With a deep breath, she turned back to Maximus. "All right," she said, her voice steady now, despite the fear still lingering. "I'll trust you. I'll trust your brothers. And if this is the path we must walk, then we will walk it together." Maximus nodded, his gaze unwavering. There was a slight, almost imperceptible softening in his eyes, but the soldier in him still remained. "Together," he echoed, his voice firm, but not without a hint of respect. Padme didn't know if it was the right choice. But standing there, side by side with him, she knew that whatever happened next, she would never face it alone. And for the first time in a long while, she felt a glimmer of hope, fragile, but real. The galaxy was falling into darkness, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a way to fight back. And she would fight, with everything she had. Karth stood with his arms folded, gazing out across the burning city before him. He had learned that this city was called Karen, a major trade hub on the planet Naboo. At his feet, the city lord writhed in pain as one of Karth's subordinates toyed with him, testing new spells and chaos-tainted abilities to gauge their strength. Karth was unimpressed. So far, the humans of this galaxy had proven weak. "Pathetic," the nameless sorcerer muttered, finally releasing the man from his torment. "For the last time, I ask you, tell me of this planet," Karth demanded, his tone cold. "Answer, and I will let you live." The city lord gasped for air, his face twisted in pain, his body trembling from the lingering effects of the dark magic. His eyes darted nervously from Karth to the sorcerer, but his lips remained sealed. Karth's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. He stepped forward, the heat of the flames from the burning city casting an eerie glow across his armored figure. "I have all the time in the world to torment you," he said, his voice low and dangerous. The city lord flinched, but still, he hesitated. Karth could almost taste his fear, the uncertainty in his heart. But there was something else, something deeper. The man was more afraid of revealing his world's secrets than of dying. Karth raised a hand, and the sorcerer beside him immediately began muttering an incantation. Dark energy crackled through the air, wrapping around the Lord's limbs like tendrils of shadow. "Tell me, or I will make you wish for death," Kareth warned, his voice turning colder, more menacing. The City Lord's eyes widened in terror, but still, he stayed silent. Kareth turned to the sorcerer. "Increase the pressure." The sorcerer nodded, raising his hands. The shadows around the Lord's body tightened, squeezing the air from his lungs. He gasped, his eyes rolling back in his head. Kareth watched him passively, his arms still folded. He had no sympathy for these fragile creatures. With a strangled sob, the City Lord finally spoke. "The planet, it's controlled by the Queen. She governs from Theed, the capital city, but she's off-world. Please, I know nothing else." His voice cracked, his body shaking uncontrollably. Kara smirked, stepping back. "That wasn't so difficult, was it?" He gave a nod to the sorcerer, who reluctantly released the Lord from his torment. The man crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, barely able to move. Karatha's lips curled into a slight, satisfied smile. The City Lord had given him just what he needed, information on the planet's ruler. It was a good lead. But the man had outlived his usefulness. "End him," Karath ordered, his voice cold and deliberate. Without hesitation, the sorcerer stepped forward, raising his hands as dark energy swirled around him. The air grew heavy with the presence of forbidden magic. The City Lord, barely able to lift his head, glanced up at Karath one last time, his eyes pleading for mercy. But mercy was a concept foreign to Karath. "You promised," the City Lord exclaimed, fear in his eyes. Karath just snorted. "I lied." With a swift motion, the sorcerer released a bolt of dark energy, engulfing the City Lord. The man's body convulsed as the magic burned through him, and within moments, he was reduced to nothing more than a pile of ash, scattered across the cobblestones. Karath turned away, unfazed by the death. The weak were meant to die. It was the strong who truly mattered. As the sorcerer finished his task, Karath stood in silence, watching the city burn in the distance. The weight of the moment settled over him. The death of the City Lord had been swift and insignificant, yet it marked the beginning of something much larger. He could feel the pulse of power growing within him, and the need to take it further, to move past petty skirmishes and begin one of the tasks his god had given him. To find the one named Sidious. Karath turned to face his sorcerers, both standing at attention, awaiting his next order. He considered them for a moment, calculating his next move. "I will leave this planet with one of you," Karath announced, his voice sharp, his decision made. He turned his gaze to the sorcerer on the left, who was slightly taller, more composed than the other. "You will accompany me," Karath commanded. "We will leave this planet, and I will make contact with the one named Sidious." The sorcerer bowed deeply, acknowledging the order. Karath then turned to the other sorcerer, who stood a little farther back, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. "You will stay," Karath said coldly. "Conquer this world. Show me your strength. Leave no resistance standing. This planet will fall, and when I return, I expect it to be kneeling before me." The sorcerer nodded, his eyes burning with ambition. Karath felt his dark magic swirling around him, ready to transport them to the capital where he would find more about this queen, and about Sidious. Karath appeared in the heart of Theed, the dark tendrils of his teleportation magic dissipating as the air around him crackled with energy. The capital city was beautiful, a sharp contrast to the destruction of Karen, but beauty meant nothing to Karath. He was here for power, Sidious was the key, and he would take it, no matter what. Ahead of him, a group of figures walked leisurely through the city, Viceroy Newt Gunray, flanked by a platoon of battle droids and the slim, ever-watchful form of Rune Hako, Gunray's trusted aide. The Viceroy's eyes widened at the sight of Karatha's dark presence, his body language betraying his uncertainty. Gunray's eyes widened in shock as the Chaos Marine approached, his usual smugness replaced with wary curiosity. His sharp gaze flicked over Cartha's dark armor, and the aura of menace that radiated from him. You are not from the Federation, Gunray croaked, his voice shaky. His alien features twisted in unease. Who are you, and what business do you have on Naboo? Cartha's gaze swept over the group without any hint of recognition. The Viceroy, the droids, Heiko. None of them mattered. The only thing that mattered was Sidious. He could feel the faint connection to the Sith Lord in the Viceroy's presence, but he didn't care about titles or allegiances. Gunray was a tool. Nothing more. I need to speak with Sidious. Cartha's voice rumbled low, like a growl. You will take me to him. Gunray looked lost, his gaze flicking between Carth and his platoon of droids. I don't understand, he stammered, his voice rising in panic. Cartha's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his pace deliberate, as though the air itself grew thicker with every step. The battle droids tensed, their blasters raised, and Heiko watched quietly, calculating. None of them made a move yet. I do not care, Kara said, his voice like the hiss of a blade being drawn. I feel your connection to Sidious. You will show me how to contact him. As Karath took another step, a wave of power surged from his body. The droids immediately raised their blasters, but Karth's sorcerers, who had followed him through the rift, were already in action. One raised a hand, and the sky seemed to darken for a moment, as dark energy lanced out, shredding the droids into mere sparks and fragments. The remaining droids collapsed, their metal bodies twisted and broken. Gunray's eyes bulged as the destruction unfolded, but he barely had time to react before Kartha's hand shot forward, gripping him by the throat. Gunray's breath was choked off, his hands clawing at Kartha's unyielding fingers as the Viceroy was lifted into the air. You will take me to Sidious. I feel the connection between you and him. I know you can help me. Gunray gasped, his hands clawing at Kartha's wrist, trying to pry his fingers loose. But Kartha's grip was ironclad, unyielding. His optics burned with dark energy, and he slowly increased the pressure. The Viceroy's face turned red, then purple as he fought for breath. I can't. Gunray managed to choke out, his voice desperate. I can't help you. I don't know how to contact him. Kartha's face twisted with disdain. You lie. He hissed, his voice like ice. I will make you speak. You'll tell me how to contact Sidious, or I will rip the answer from you. With a sudden, violent motion, Kara slammed the Viceroy into the stone pavement before his armored boot came crashing down on Gunray's chest, being sure to hold back. The force of the impact left the Viceroy gasping for air, coughing violently, his body trembling from the shock. Pathetic. Kara sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You think I'll tolerate your defiance? I will break you. He didn't give Gunray a moment to recover. With a brutal kick, Kara sent the Viceroy skidding across the stone, leaving a trail of blood as Gunray's fragile body slammed into a pillar. Gunray wheezed, his mouth opening and closing in an attempt to breathe, but his body was weak, struggling to obey. Kara stepped forward again, his boots echoing with each step. Gunray's wide, terrified eyes were fixed on him, pleading silently for mercy. But Karth felt no mercy, only hunger for power. And the Viceroy was nothing more than a vessel, one that needed to be crushed before it gave him what he wanted. Karth crouched down in front of Gunray, his faceplate inches from the Viceroy's face, his breath cold. Tell me now, or I will make you scream until your lungs give out. Gunray's whole body trembled under the threat. He could barely speak, his voice a raspy whisper. Please! I can't. I don't know how to reach him. The Viceroy's weak words did nothing but grow Kartha's anger. With one hand, Karth grabbed Gunray by the face, forcing his head back as he summoned a jagged, sharp shard of dark energy from his other hand. The black, crackling energy hovered ominously before pressing into Gunray's forehead. Gunray's body went rigid as the dark energy burned against his skin, and he screamed in agony, his hands gripping Karth's wrist in a futile attempt to push the energy away. The smell of burnt flesh and ozone filled the air as the shard pierced his skin. "Enough!" Gunray's voice was a broken, strangled sob. "I'll tell you. I have a comms unit, please. I'll give it to you." Karth's lips curled into a wicked grin. "Good. You've made the right choice." With a brutal motion, Karth released the Viceroy's face and shoved him roughly onto his back, the Viceroy gasping for air as his body spasmed in pain. Karth turned to look over his shoulder, where his two sorcerers had taken care of the droids. The nameless sorcerers had moved to deal with the remaining threat, Rune Hako. The tall aide's posture was one of unreadable calm, but the moment the sorcerers focused on him, he froze, sensing the danger. He began to back away slowly, but it was too late. One sorcerer raised a hand, a wave of dark energy encircling Hako before he could react. The ground cracked beneath his feet as tendrils of shadow wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground. "Stay still, creature," the sorcerer commanded coldly, tightening his grip on Hako. Hako struggled, but the energy kept him paralyzed, and he was soon forced to his knees, helpless before the sorcerers. Karth turned back to Gunray, who was clutching his chest, his face pale and bloodied. The Viceroy's voice trembled as he reached for his belt and pulled out the comms unit, offering it to Karth with shaking hands. "Please," Gunray whimpered, his voice weak. "Take it. Just don't kill me." Karth snatched the comms unit from Gunray's hand with one quick motion, the Viceroy's face filled with a mix of relief and terror. "You will die soon," Karth said coldly, his eyes narrowing. "But not yet. Not until I've spoken to Sidious." Gunray's body shook, his mind a jumble of fear and confusion. "Please spare me. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't." Karth turned away, ignoring him before activating the comms unit, his gaze fixed on the device. The air around him hummed with anticipation as a connection was established. Gunray's pleading was drowned out by the crackling static, and Karth's dark voice echoed through the comms. "Sidious," Karth said, his voice as cold and unforgiving as the abyss. "I have come at my god's command." Palpatine sat in his office, brooding over the Queen's decision to return to Naboo. She was more foolish than he had anticipated, but it would only serve to further his plans. He smiled to himself, a dark thought forming in his mind. "How interesting," he muttered, just as his comms began beeping. It was his secure line, meaning Viceroy Gunray wished to speak with him. A surge of displeasure flared within him, though he quickly concealed it, pressing a button under his desk that plunged his office into darkness. Rising from his chair, he placed his hood over his face and accepted the transmission. "What is th?" He was suddenly interrupted, his words cut off as a towering figure appeared on the hologram. The figure was clad in white, green, and golden armor, exuding an air of menace and power. The moment he spoke, Palpatine was taken aback. "Sidious, I have come at my god's command," the figure's voice rumbled, deep and distorted, sending an eerie chill down Palpatine's spine. It was as if something ancient and unnatural was brushing against the back of his mind, a presence that both unsettled and intrigued him. Palpatine's eyes narrowed beneath his hood as he studied the figure. The towering armored figure exuded an aura of power that even the Sith Lord could feel. His dark optics glinted with an unsettling certainty, and Palpatine's instinct told him that this being was not only formidable but unpredictable. "You are bold," Palpatine said, his voice calm but carrying an edge of caution. "And clearly mistaken if you think you can simply address me in such a manner." Karth's stance remained unwavering, the crackling energy around him almost palpable, like a storm ready to break. His gaze bore into the screen with a predatory intensity. "Bold?" Karth repeated, his voice deep and rumbling with the resonance of something older, darker. "I come to offer you something far more valuable than you can imagine." Palpatine's fingers twitched slightly, though his expression remained unreadable. He had learned long ago to mask his thoughts, to conceal the depths of his mind, but the presence before him stirred something far deeper than he cared to acknowledge. "You are not the first to seek power," Palpatine said, each word deliberate. Karatha's laugh was low and terrifying, as if he were amused by a mere mortal's naivety. "You misunderstand me, Sidious. I do not seek your power. I seek to teach you something greater. You think you command the darkness, but you are only a shadow of what true power can be." Palpatine's lips curled into a cold smile, but inside, he could feel a flicker of unease. The way Karath spoke, the certainty in his words, the authority that radiated from him, it was unlike anything he had encountered. Sidious was no stranger to power, yet this being was different, almost otherworldly. "I've commanded the forces of the dark side for decades," Palpatine said slowly. "What could you possibly offer me that I do not already control?" Karatha's optics gleamed with ancient knowledge, his voice now a rasping whisper. "You wield a fraction of the darkness, Sidious. A mere reflection of what is possible. My God has granted me mastery over sorceries beyond your comprehension. I can show you how to reshape reality itself, how to manipulate life and death." The implication of Karatha's words struck like lightning, and Palpatine's thoughts raced. He had always believed in his superiority, in the meticulous control he had over the galaxy and the dark forces that bound it. But Karath, this being before him, spoke of something far more ancient and far more dangerous. "You speak of sorceries," Palpatine said slowly, "as though they are mere tools to be wielded. You are not the first to claim such mastery. None have ever succeeded in truly transcending the dark side. Power like that comes at a price." Karatha's gaze sharpened, his voice growing colder, more forceful. "The price is nothing compared to the power you would gain. I have walked paths that you cannot even fathom, Sidious. I have harnessed the very essence of destruction, reshaped the fabric of existence. What I offer is beyond your petty rituals and schemes." Sidious felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. This figure, this Karath, was no mere pretender. His power was real, undeniable. But the Sith Lord would not be cowed so easily. "You are dangerous," Palpatine said, his voice slipping into its familiar cadence, tinged with a quiet fury. "But you are also foolish if you think I would kneel to you. I am the master of the Sith, and I answer to no one." Karatha's helmet tilted slightly, as though considering Palpatine's words. His posture remained perfect, unwavering. "You misunderstand," Karath replied, his voice now taking on an almost patronizing tone. "I do not ask you to kneel. I demand it. You will kneel before me, Sidious, and you will learn from me, or I will tear everything you've built apart. You cannot even begin to fathom the power I command, and yet I offer you the chance to learn, to rise to your full potential." Palpatine's eyes narrowed dangerously. To demand that he kneel? The audacity of this being. But there was something about his presence, something undeniable in the way Karath spoke, that made Sidious feel the first stirrings of doubt. Karath continued, his voice now laced with finality. "I will come to you, Sidious. I will teach you the ways of true sorceries, and you will become my disciple, or I will break you. The choice is yours." The transmission flickered briefly as Karath turned, signaling that the conversation was over. Sidious sat in his office, the darkness pressing in closer, the implications of the conversation swirling in his mind. The audacity of this Karath, demanding he kneel before him. Sidious had never been so challenged in his life. Yet the power this figure spoke of, the mastery over destruction and sorcery, it was a temptation he could not ignore. Perhaps this Karath was more than just a threat. Perhaps he was something Sidious could use. The galaxy would see what happened when ambition met true power. Kagan, I understand your concerns about the children, but you must recognize their potential. The boy is undoubtedly the chosen one. You must see it, Kagan argued, standing before the council. Mace Windu leaned forward in his seat, his tone firm. It seems you are not grasping our point. The girl lacks the necessary talent, and the boy is consumed by negative emotions. He is far too vulnerable to the dark side, let alone the fact that they are both too old. Kagan stood firm, his expression intense as he faced the council. I understand your reservations, but Anakin's potential cannot be ignored. He is the chosen one, destined to bring balance to the Force. You cannot simply dismiss that. Mace Windu's gaze sharpened as he spoke again, his voice tinged with frustration. And yet you persist in your insistence, despite his emotional instability. The boy is filled with fear, anger, traits that lead down the path to the dark side. Qui-Gon's eyes narrowed, but his voice remained calm. Yes, he has fear, but that does not mean he will fall. The boy is simply misunderstood, and with proper guidance, he can learn to overcome these emotions. As for Nira, she does show promise, but it is Anakin who is of utmost importance. I believe the Force was guiding me to him. The council was silent for a moment, exchanging uneasy glances. Finally, Master Yoda spoke, his voice soft but firm. Enough. Clouds your judgment, this obsession does. Qui-Gon's heart sank, but he stood his ground. You cannot be serious. You would deny him his destiny? We deny nothing. Mace Windu replied coldly. But we will not allow your personal vision to dictate the future of the Jedi Order. Qui-Gon's hands clenched into fists, but before he could respond, Master Ki-Adi-Mundi interrupted. The matter of Anakin is settled for now. However, your mission has changed, Qui-Gon. You are to go to Naboo with Queen Amidala. The words hit Qui-Gon like a blow to the chest. Naboo? But the boy, enough. Master Windu barked, his voice echoing through the chamber. You will go to Naboo and accompany the Queen. The political situation there is volatile, and the presence of the Astartes, these super soldiers, has us concerned. Qui-Gon's brow furrowed in confusion. The Astartes? You believe they are a greater threat than the Sith? The council members exchanged uneasy glances. Master Yoda spoke again, his voice grave. A force like that, we have not seen in centuries. Their power, we cannot predict. Better you go, watch over the Queen, and learn what you can. Qui-Gon's sense of duty weighed heavily on him, but he knew arguing further would be futile. The council had made their decision. I will go, Master, he said to Yoda, though his heart was still torn between his duty and his belief in Anakin's potential. Good, Mace Windu said, his voice still edged with finality. And Qui-Gon, remember there are forces at play far greater than you understand. Be cautious on Naboo. With a heavy heart, Qui-Gon bowed his head in respect before turning to leave the council chamber. His thoughts were consumed by the boy from Tatooine, the one he believed to be the chosen one. But for now, his mission was clear. He would go to Naboo, watch over Queen Amidala, and keep an eye on the mysterious Astartes. As Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan disembarked from the shuttle, they were met with the imposing sight of the massive platform where the Nubian ship awaited the delegation. One of the Astartes, Maximus, stood at the edge of the ship, silently observing them. Nearby, Lyra comforted her daughter, Nira, who was still shaken from her performance before the Jedi Council. Despite her efforts to console her, Lyra couldn't help but feel a quiet relief. She was grateful that Nira's performance had faltered, as she feared her daughter would be taken from her. Enough, Qui-Gon said sharply, cutting off Obi-Wan's continued protest about Anakin's fate. We will speak of this no more, he added, his voice carrying an edge of finality, before turning toward the ship in a sour mood. As he approached, the familiar, yet jarring sound of Jar Jar Binks's voice filled the air. Me's a goin' home! Me's a done with this! Jar Jar shouted, throwing his hands up in excitement. Maximus, who had been silently watching the scene unfold, immediately stiffened at the sound of the Gungan's voice. His eyes narrowed, and a cold, threatening silence hung in the air. Without looking directly at Jar Jar, he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Shut your mouth, alien, or I'll rip your tongue out of your head. Jar Jar froze, eyes wide with panic, his usual clumsy demeanor giving way to genuine fear. The towering Astartes' voice carried an authority that was impossible to ignore, and the Gungan wisely fell silent, his ears drooping in submission. Obi-Wan cast a sidelong glance at Kagan, noting his master's discomfort but not speaking. Kagan, for his part, merely sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. He had little time for Jar Jar's antics, and Maximus's threat only added to the tension that seemed to follow the delegation. As Maximus stepped onto the ship, the others followed in his wake, leaving Kagan and Obi-Wan to deal with the increasingly awkward atmosphere. Jar Jar, now visibly subdued, followed them on board, still muttering to himself but keeping a respectful distance from the intimidating warrior. Once on the ship, Kagan turned to Obi-Wan, his voice softer, but tinged with the weight of their previous conversation. "We must focus on the mission, Obi-Wan. The fate of Naboo may be in our hands, but our attention must remain on what lies ahead." Obi-Wan nodded, but his concern for Anakin remained clear in his eyes. "Understood, Master,"